See if I can. You need to.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. I know we all saw each other about 11 hours ago, but we get to do it all again today. So this is the continuation of the budget meeting, the SPPC meeting related to the municipal budget. I'm going to read a statement. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing, and advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. I'll ask colleagues if there's any further disclosures of pecuniary interest beyond what you've already declared in this meeting. Okay, I don't see any of those. So, as I mentioned last night, what we have left is the three parts to the Back to the River, the Dearness Home item in the additional investment business cases, the Fanshawe College item in the additional business cases, which we have done some debate. And I will note on that item, we put a motion on the floor and then referred that motion. So we will pick up when we get to that one on the actual motion where there had been some debate. Then we have land ambulance, and then finally the infrastructure gap 4B business case in the consideration additional investments was directed to be right at the end of that process. So we'll start with Back to the River, and I will note for colleagues, I was asked to note the London Community Foundation sent around some correspondence to all of us related to Back to the River with their desire to defer Part A of that. I know that their letter said Parts A, B, and C, but they're really referring to Part A. Parts B and C can proceed, and the clerk will pass that correspondence around. It was too late for the agenda, obviously, because this is one continuous meeting, but we have that correspondence for you for your consideration as well. So, with that being said, I would look for discussion or questions on this. We could certainly craft together a motion that fits with the request. I spoke with our treasurer and acting city manager about how we would do that, and the appropriate motion that would fulfill the request would be related to bringing forward or referring the item until after the application is brought forward, but it would be referred to the next immediate multi-year budget update so that we could deal with this within a budget process. So if an application came forward in the next few months, the item would come up for a budgetary consideration in the multi-year update, which would happen in the fall and conclude by December. So we could prepare the language for that, and I'm in council's hands on how they would like to proceed on this item given the correspondence that we had. So I'll open up the floor. Mayor Holder.
Thank you, Chair. If it's appropriate, I'm pleased to move a motion that we defer this discussion on the Part 1, which is the outlook component of Back to the River, subject to seeing a more comprehensive perspective on the development at the Forks. I think that for us to look at this and with any kind of consideration and due consideration, I think it has to. I think more than just their component. I think to see it as from a more holistic perspective, just to get a sense of where others who would have a role to play in that area, if we see that there's a fit. Looked in isolation, I'm not sure that's its best presentation, and they have, I think, rightly requested that we consider it. And I'm not here to prejudge the outcome. I'm just simply here to say that I don't think it's an unreasonable request, and I'm prepared to move that.
Okay, we have some language. Are you looking to second or want to be on the speakers list?
I can second.
Okay. Councillor Hopkins will second that. We'll get the language up on the screen now that we have a mover and a seconder, and I'll open discussion on it. Then this is just on the 3A part. 3B and C we'll deal with after. It's unrelated to this particular referral. So we'll get the language up so people can see exactly what it says. It should be up now, and I'll continue with discussion. So speakers list on this particular item. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I do have a question, and I can see that we are taking funds from the reserve fund here. Do we have to still earmark those funds for the Back to the River project, even if we refer Part A?
I'll go to the treasurer so we understand the consequences of the referral. There is money earmarked in the Economic Development Reserve Fund, so would that stay earmarked with this particular referral?
Thank you, through the chair. So on page 34 shows the summary of the Part A. And so currently in the Economic Development Reserve Fund, there's the $5 million that has been earmarked for a period of time. If Part A were to proceed some point in the future, it would require an additional that we've assumed will come from the Economic Development Reserve Fund of $3.6 million. I would recommend that if there is a likelihood that this may proceed in the future or that a decision is still pending, we would keep those funds earmarked until such time that council makes a decision to release those funds. Because otherwise, if they were spent on something else, we potentially may not have a funding source to proceed if council were to. So if we're deferring this, I would recommend we keep that earmarked and we would just put a placeholder beside it pending council's decision to release those funds.
Just a point then, if I can, I apologize.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, no, Councillor Hopkins said she was done, so I'll go back to you.
I apologize, Councillor Hopkins. Would that need to be part of, Councillor Hopkins, in my motion that we earmark the 8.6? I guess that was going to be my question, keeping that in the reserve fund for consideration until such time as whatever decision is made. I'd seek advice from you and the clerk on that.
Well, I'll go to the treasurer because I think she was trying to answer the question. I guess the part that's not clear is, are you earmarking what is already earmarked, or are you earmarking an additional amount with this particular motion, and do you need it clarified in the motion?
So thank you, through the chair. In the past, the $5 million was specifically earmarked for council so that it doesn't get spent. I would suggest that we would require a council resolution just to ensure that those funds are not used for something else.
But the 8.6 or the 5, or sorry, whatever the additional amount is.
For the additional amount, the $5 million would remain earmarked. The 3.6 has not yet been, so I would suggest a recommendation would be helpful.
So the suggestion would be that be added to your resolution.
I'm pleased, subject to the support of the seconder, to put that in the motion. I would add as a quick comment, Chair, that I think it's, again, not trying to presume outcomes here, but I think if it's going to receive the due consideration that it's worth, that be earmarked and not and have set aside for that purpose.
Okay, the seconder is okay with that, so we'll get that built into the motion so everybody can see it. I do have a speakers list that I've started, but I'll add people to it. I have Councillor Lewis and Councillor Van Holst and Councillor Squire on it so far.
Thank you, Chair. So I won't be supporting the referral, particularly now that we want to earmark another 3.6 million in addition to the 5 that's already earmarked. You know, if this was a motion to delay this because the London Community Foundation wants to continue to do fundraising, look for other contributors to the project. When this first came before the previous council, the outlook component was $2 million and London Community Foundation had $2 million. Now we're at $12 million and they have 3. Our component of this ask is increasing, not decreasing. There are parts of Back to the River, parts B and C, which I will be supporting. I think that looking at the river revitalization itself is consistent with what we're doing on infrastructure and trying to reduce the sewage that we're putting into the river. I think the Silho revitalization piece is very, very valuable. But one of the reasons we moved referral on Fanshawe College was people wanted to know how much money was going to be left. For me, you know, we're still at 4.2%. And I know that this isn't coming out of the levy. Reserve funds ultimately get contributed to from the levy though. And so now, if this is approved, I mean, for me, it means the rest of the business cases are gonna have to be a no because we're out of money, in my view. And I know colleagues may not agree with that. But for me, that's what it is. We've got a limited pot of money left, and now we're not only taking what's already been earmarked, but we're gonna add to that for a plan that we haven't seen. And I would suggest that if there's a new plan to come forward from the York Development and their properties at the Middlesex County Building and the Middlesex Health Unit Building, and that some form of this Back to the River project, they want to see move forward as part of their plans, I would suggest that that needs to come forward as a whole new plan, not as a referral to this plan. And then we look then at the value of what's brought forward in its entirety, not just take this money and set it aside today, and hope that we're gonna like the plan when it comes back. Because that's essentially what we're doing, is hoping that we're gonna like the plan when it comes back, so we'll put some money aside. I would much rather not go into debt and use the 1.7 million that would be released if we just did Part A without the outlook. I would rather use that to help support Dearness Homes expansion needs than go into debt financing for that. So that's why, there's very little funds left. And for me, it comes down to, and we've all had this discussion over the last several days, it's about priorities. If London Community Foundation and York Developments wants to bring back a new application through the planning process, happy to look at the merits of the thing as a whole when that comes back. But I'm not prepared to say no to Dearness Home or no to Fanshawe College because we're gonna wait a year for the next annual budget update to decide whether or not we're gonna use this $8.6 million for Back to the River or for something else.
Councillor Van Holst.
Mr. Chair, I hope at the least you would separate the two parts of that motion. You'd have, if at the least you would separate those two parts of the motion.
You read my mind. I was already working on that, so.
Okay,
We're
fantastic.
gonna have the motion where you can separate it, where you can support the referral, but not the additional earmarking. Right now it's together, but we're working on an alternate
All
language,
right.
so.
If anyone else needs use of my psychic abilities, let me know. They're not that reliable. But, so, this plan, I will vote against, setting aside the money, for it. And here's the reason, and here's something that I see often, around our table. It's a dilemma that we have, is that we want a certain outcome, and then somebody that everybody agrees on, and then someone comes up with a plan that not everybody agrees with. And although I'm happy to see things change down at the river, and I'm happy to see us make it more attractive, I'm even okay with keeping the $5 million that we've earmarked for that. The Back to the River project is designed with the outlook is not a plan I like. I don't like the plan. I did have a survey, and it's about 2 to 1 against the Back to the River plan. So I would like to see us do something different. And the very first thing is do a survey or even do another competition to find out what people want. The London Community Foundation did a pretty aspirational project of finding out what international designers think would look cool at the forks of the Thames, but it wasn't necessarily what London wanted. So I guess I won't go into it much further about the plan itself. We're not really debating that now. I'm happy to debate that when it comes, but I would prefer that we not put money forward for this, or set money aside for this item, because I'm certain that I'll vote it down in the end, and I have many arguments against it that don't need to be heard today.
Okay, before I go to the next speaker, I'll just note, if colleagues refresh their screen, the exact same motion is there with the corrected number divided into two pieces. So it's still all one motion at this point, but it's easily dividable now, so you can see the two components of it. Councillor Squire.
The one thing from my point of view about the deferral is, and people won't like this, I won't have to listen to countless speeches today about passion about the river, and frankly, that becomes a little bit insulting to the residents of Ward 6 who live next to the river, do all kinds of things by the river, and so we don't have to go back to the river in Ward 6 because we never left the river. So that's really important that I say that because I've been inundated. This started when I was first a councillor. And I would say the London Foundation, I have the utmost respect for the London Foundation and the work they do, but I don't need another letter and package from the London Foundation telling me why I should support Back to the River. And I think, quite frankly, this has become a very polarizing project. And I hope I assume they understand that. And I don't like that because I think there is a good project to be done there. And I welcome the deferral and working with York Developments. I absolutely welcome that. I'm happy to support that. I hope it comes back with something that myself and my constituents can be very supportive. But I'm concerned about earmarking the money and keeping it tied up when we have so many other needs. You know, a year ago, or more than a year ago, the London Community Foundation made a presentation, and I asked the representative of the London Community Foundation, well, are you really stuck on Back to the River? Can you possibly look at Soho first? Is it possible? And I got this sort of flippant reply, well, then we'd have to wait another year. Well, here we are. You know, how many years? I mean, is this going to be something that goes on forever? Forever? So I'll support the deferral, but I would recommend to the London Foundation and York Developments that they get back here as soon as they can. And they don't need to send me letters and stuff like that. So I'm really hopeful that we will defer it and that we'll get a good project back. I'm still contemplating keeping and holding the money.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about the merits of the project. I actually agree with Councillor Squire on a lot of his points. I think definitely the referral, I support it. I also support earmarking the funds. We can't just use this Economic Development Reserve Fund for anything and everything. All of our reserve funds are specific in what we can use the funds for. So, and because it's coming from reserve fund and community donations and all of these other sources of funding, it's not affecting the tax levy. Not approving the earmarking of the funds will make absolutely no difference at all to the tax rate at the end of this budget process. The budget is what the budget is, and these funds are not going to affect the levy. So I think what's important about this is that there's a partner that's come forward, and we don't know the details, and I'm sure they don't either, which is why the referral, they want to be able to work with staff about what this means for their proposed development and what it means for the project and what it means for the City of London. So I want to just talk about this particular partner. This is a company that has donated I can't even remember the amount, a lot of money for the Bostwick Community Center. They donated parkland in Councillor Pelosa's ward. This is this is a developer that actually does believe in giving back to the community, and they have proven that. And they continue to prove it, and they've proven it quite recently. It's not like it's in the distant past. I'm very interested to see what they come back with and how they choose to partner with the city and with London Community Foundation on this project. The design itself is a concept. It doesn't mean that that is what exactly the final thing will be. There are a whole lot of stages left before any actual work takes place on that particular, the Forks of the Thames part of it. This is a really important part of London's geography, the Forks of the Thames. So I do believe that it deserves something spectacular. I do believe that we need to respect the natural heritage of the river, absolutely. This is also directly adjacent to this historic property that York Development just purchased recently, the county courthouse building. And from my personal conversations with the Sioux fans regarding the courthouse, from media reports, interviews they've done, I know that they are interested in preserving and respecting the heritage of that building. The bonusing part, when the county came to us seeking to rezone the land at 50 King Street, where the health unit previously was located, they were given bonusing, and they were given some flexibility because they knew that this building that eventually was going to be built there, they needed some flexibility for design and things like that. But I do know that one aspect of the bonusing, in order to get the rezoning, was to replace the asphalt and the surface parking in the area that leads down to the Thames River and replace it with green space. So this could be a community building project, and I'm really happy to see York step up and step into this and make themselves known as a willing partner. For all of those reasons, I think we should earmark the money. It's not going anywhere. In a few short months, we will be doing a budget update. We can release the funds then. We could have a larger conversation that I'm sure Councillor Squire is not looking forward to at that time. But I agree with the referral, and I do agree with earmarking the funds. It's not going anywhere. It gives us some time, and it gives York some time to decide exactly how deep they want to dive into this.
Thanks very much. Councillor Morgan.
Yes, so I want to say a couple things on this. First is I'm going to support Part A of the referral for a couple of reasons. Pretty much for all the reasons Councillor Cassidy said about the importance of the location, but more so because of the opportunity that has been created that we were not aware would be an opportunity when we first earmarked the funds for this project 5 years ago or so. And that is a change in ownership of the lands at the Forks, a potential consolidation of the ownership around those lands, and a willing partner. And I know York Development sent us some correspondence this morning through the Community Foundation. It was only about 10 minutes before the 8 and 9, talking about their willingness to be a partner in this. And I don't know what that means. I have no idea what their development is going to be or what they're contemplating at the site. But seems to me like at the end of Dundas Place, with the Budweiser Gardens there, a potential for a private sector investment at the Forks of the River, both through fundraising and maybe through York's, development there. There's a real opportunity here that we have to give ourselves some time to explore properly. I don't know if that means it looks like the project as currently contemplated or if it's something else, but I do support the idea of giving a little more time to open that discussion. What I will say is I don't support B, earmarking the additional funds in the Economic Development Reserve Fund. I think the currently earmarked funds are fine for now. I would note that although funds spent from the Economic Development Reserve Fund don't impact the levy, there is a levy contribution to the Economic Development Reserve Fund every year, and so levy money does flow into there for expenditure. And by 2023, that will drop to about 3.5 million per year. And so there are inflows into the fund. That fund will change over time as per the plan. I don't think we need to earmark the money now because, quite frankly, I don't think we know what the plans are for that part of the city. Until we know the plans, we'll deal with the earmarking through a multi-year budget update at the appropriate time, but I don't want to speculate on what's needed. I don't want to speculate on whether the project is currently contemplated as the one that we actually land on. But I'll support giving a little more time so that we can have an important discussion on this. So that's where I stand on this. I'm not going to speak again, but I appreciate everyone listening to my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to just follow up first with Councillor Van Holst's comment about wanting to have a competition. We've already had a competition. An award was given to the Ribbon. We've spent almost $1 million to date on this project. I think it took me a while to understand this plan and to support it. I'm not going to talk about the development of downtown, the importance of developing downtown as it works with other projects that we've already done, like the Flex City. Utilizing underdeveloped land there, this is a plan to do that. Looking at housing, affordable housing. I know as a board member of Upper Thames, there's going to be no permit given if there's any concern and impacts to the river. I know the Indigenous people will be partnered with on this project as well. That's all to come. I think when we look at a vision for the City of London, stopping halfway and developing our downtown is not the direction that I want to go in. And sometimes you have to make tough decisions. We're not increasing the levy here. That amount is going to be there. But I want to say this. It was suggested that I want to see a really good plan. This is a really good plan. And the reason that this is a really good plan is that we are going to be given $3 million donations from the community, people that believe in fixing up this city. And I, for one, am not going to say no to that. B, supporting the earmarked amount. Who knows how this plan is going to look like at the end? Things will change, things will evolve. But we, and I for one, am not going to say no, because what message as a city are we giving to people and stakeholders that we don't want their money? What are we going to do next time when someone comes here and says, well, we're willing to me, this is true partnership. It's not just supporting the idea of education or the idea in partnering with different stakeholders. It is a true partnership. We are taking money, bringing it into the city. And if we do not show that we believe in this plan, and I would suggest we all sort of stay away from all the details, because eventually a plan, this will happen eventually in some shape or form, but not supporting that we believe in our city is sending the wrong message. Supporting B is very important for that, because I want people in this city to be a part of fixing up our city.
Councillor Lehman. I just want to note, the mayor had to step out for a meeting with the minister. So Councillor Cassidy has offered to step in as the mover of the motion. We require a person in the room to be the mover of the motion. So you'll see that change. And Mayor Holder, we're going to let him know before the vote happens, because he wants to be here on this important vote. So he just had a meeting with the minister, which I'm sure everybody can understand we want to accommodate. Hopefully he's asking for money. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I've been uncomfortable with this project from the start. The London Community Foundation is a fantastic partner in our city, and they do wonderful things. The other aspects of this program, the Back to the River, Soho, et cetera, I think are great. I've become more uncomfortable as the price for this outlook or bridge or whatever you want to name it, cost keeps rising, and the expectation is the city will cover that. So added to that, when that piece of property at the Forks of the Thames was sold to a private developer, I really could not see myself supporting it until I see what they had in mind for developing that piece of land right near the Forks of the Thames. That being said, I want to see how a new partnership evolves with London Community Foundation, private money, and if appropriate, yeah, I think the city should kick in some to see what can be developed at this very important asset the city has, the river, and as has been mentioned, continuing our development down the downtown and right down to the Forks. However, I'm very cautious about setting more money aside. If the plan comes back and at that time they request more money, I probably still will be reluctant to put in more than we have set aside right now. So I will support referring it till we all get a chance to see what the whole new concept looks like. Definitely will not support earmarking any more funds until that time happens. And this is no way to say that we don't value partnership in this city. However, at this time, we're facing a big, there's a lot of spending going on in this budget. And the reason for is we're really addressing some serious needs of those less fortunate in London. This is what I view as nice to have, not a need to have. Timing is everything. And I think our citizens expect us to make appropriate choice, I think, when it comes to this, given what we're going to be asking them, because essentially that's what we're doing. We're asking them to fund the initiatives that we are going to be undertaking in the next 4 years to address very serious challenges. This, if the plans come back, and I'm hoping for good partnership arrangements with funding, and I will be speaking to my constituents on how they feel about this. At that time, we can take a look at that. So I'll support a referral. I definitely will not support increasing the amount set aside for it.
Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that any relationships built on trust and transparency, and I've taken the opportunity to meet with the London Community Foundation as they've sent board members and representatives, and I've been very clear on my concerns that I've had with them. I recognize that they're accountable to donors. We're accountable as elected officials to our residents. I'm hesitant on A, only because of the clarity of why we're doing it. I am hesitant of issues in the project, but respectful of the work they do and will support A. Interested to see what they'll come back with. I know the museum is very interested in this as well, because everyone's interested. Downtown is the core and the heart of our city, and even if our wards don't touch it or it's not our ward, all our residents use it. And I think it's important. As for B, I'm not in support of it. A few things in the plan that I've been clear with, and I'll just share them with my colleagues today. The ribbon outlook, not a fan of it. As we speak to, it's in our document again, and I've been clear with this with the London Community Foundation. The amphitheater performance area that's in our document today and has been spoken of before actually isn't that. The amphitheater layout doesn't meet design criteria for acoustics or lighting. None of that's actually been accounted for yet financially. So that would be an added cost coming back in. While at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference in Quebec City, took an opportunity to do one of their river revitalization tours. And they also had an amphitheater. And speaking with their engineers that were on the tour with us, they said their amphitheater was being underutilized. So logically, as a council, the only thing their city could do was to invest more and do upgrades in it. At that time, it changed nothing. They said their amphitheater space was always too large for small performances and too small for the large performances they wanted to bring in. I've been part of the community consultations before being elected, always went to the public drop-in sessions that council hosted, which I was always grateful for. And I always ask questions of what's our what's our vision for this space? Is there coffee shops, ice cream? Can we do buskering like Uptown Waterloo? Like, what can we do to bring this space alive? And they said, we'll figure it out later. And for me, I love vision. I'm just hesitant that with such a big project, when it comes back, I'm interested in what we're gonna do, that we build it with purpose, that we set ourselves up for success, and that Londoners can really see the vision that we're trying to do to connect to everything downtown and active transportation routes into it. And I think it can be beautiful. I'm just hesitant with the details that I have before me today.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you very much. So a few things to talk about. Maybe perhaps I should respond to Councillor Hopkins. She talked about a partnership. Just because someone's offering us some money for a project doesn't mean that that we should put in many times more money into the project if it's not going to work out. So once again, there's the idea of let's do something around the river, and then there's the specifics of, is this a good project? Is this the investment that my citizens want to see made in London with their money? We've already put $5 million aside, and that extra $3 million is essentially the rest of our economic development reserve fund. So my question is, if we're going to invest $5 million in this and get some unquantified so far economic return, will we get 60% more by putting in the extra amount? And I believe absolutely that we can get just as many people back to the river with a more modest investment than we can with this, which I see as extravagant. What I would be happy to do is keep that space available should the London Community Foundation ever want to put in an outlook, and if they raise sufficient funds, then that's fine, and we would pay for the connection to that. But so I'm happy to leave the space, but not invest the money. The idea of an amphitheater was come up. I would like, and I've actually got some people working on doing research on successful outdoor theater venues. I think that would be something I'd like to see down there, because as I said before, that would be great because people other than the consultants would be making money. Right? We would have people that could actually put on plays. I know I've traveled to cities across Ontario to go to their outdoor theater festivals, and they're successful. That's the kind of thing that we could have here as well. I also want to point out that when we're investing in economic development, I don't want us putting all our eggs in the same basket, right? Better to diversify and put a little investment here, a little investment there, right? So we've got an opportunity to invest a little in economic development. We'll talk about that later for Fanshawe. Later this year, we're going to get a report back from our staff on a plan for a film industry. And if we empty our economic development reserve fund, there may not be money for that. And we will lose tremendous opportunity. I was talking to Minister Urick on Tuesday, and he said that the Minister of Tourism is very interested in building film in Ontario. He said they would have them contact me. We see that in St. Thomas, they're going gangbusters there.
Back to the motion, Councillor.
Back to the, okay, so there we are. I'm just providing you some other examples of where we could be economic development, right? So there was two. I could extemporize some more. I won't. But there we are. We're putting a great deal of money, so I'm not going to vote for B, definitely. And when I look at A, which says design and construction with outlook, $12 million, because the outlook is in there, I'm happy to vote against the deferral and just vote this down right now so that we know that's not the direction that we're willing to move in. So if there's other people that say this is not the direction, we can vote that down. They could come back with another design. I'm excited about the partnership that's being suggested, but unless we see the details, it's not possible for us to really make a good decision on this. So again, the $5 million, I want to see something happen at the river, but I know that it's not this. I'm going to vote against this. Any more points? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I only have Counselor Turner on the list, and so if other people want to get on the list, I would like to try to get a consolidated list so that I can kind of time when I ask the clerk to go get the mayor from his meeting with the minister. So if you want to get on the list, just signal to me, and I'll make sure that I get that complete and I can estimate when to send someone out so we can be efficient. Counselor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be really brief. The deferral has no opportunity cost associated with it. The funds in the Economic Development Reserve Fund, we have no proposals during this budget right now where they would be sent otherwise. To earmark, I mean, the Economic Development Reserve Fund is an earmark in its own right. So to earmark a portion of funds within the Economic Development Reserve Fund when we don't have any competing interests against it right now, I don't see any challenge with that. It's still the council's prerogative to switch gears if they wish at a future time if another economic development opportunity presents itself. Countless times through the debate, I've heard a lot about seeking alternate sources of funding. It seems that that's kind of landed in our lap as a possibility. So I think it's incumbent on us to explore what that means and allow that opportunity to progress. I think hearing the debate, people are in one camp or the other. I'm not sure anybody's really on a fence on this. But if the question is where the money comes from and you're on the fence about that, then I think it's in your interest to make sure that you vote in favor of the deferral. Allow that opportunity to be explored, and we'll come back and talk about it another day.
I have only Deputy Mayor Helmer left.
Thank you. So I'm gonna suggest two things. First, I support the referral because I think it's gonna allow us time to look at two aspects of the project. One is there a different way to pay for some of it, which I think would be helpful. If we can take some of the burden off the public contribution into this project, I think that would be excellent. And I think if we can take some time to see if that's a possibility, good. You know, and part of the time we've been working through the project, an extra $1 million has been mobilized from the private sector already. And if we stay on that trajectory, we could find some more contributions into the project. So I think that's good on the revenue side and how it gets paid for. I also think on the expenditure side, there's still opportunities. In the business case, there's about $1 million identified in various kind of savings that won't be realized until the detailed design work is done, right? But you know, the gap right now is identified at 3.64 million. It could be 2.64 million, and then there could be a different kind of revenue source, which could make it even smaller. So I think on both fronts there could be gains through a referral. But for that same reason, I actually think the B part, that like we don't even need to do that. So I think we should actually drop it. I think the mover and the seconder should be considering dropping it. The reason I say that is that, as Councillor Turner has pointed out, there are no competing draws right now. We will be dealing with it later this year in the multi-year budget update. I think that is a better way of handling the uncertainty that there is around the cost of the project and what the other revenue sources might be. Like this 3.64, I'm very certain it's not going to be 3.64. It's going to be lower. It's just like how much lower and how, right? Is it going to be the cost has dropped? Is it going to be the revenue has also changed? So I think earmarking the whole thing is not the right approach. And I think we should just leave the reserve funds there. If we do have a competing draw, we're going to have to deal with that problem. If someone comes forward between now and the multi-year budget update and they say, I need $5 million from Economic Development Reserve Fund, I mean, then we'll be forced to confront it at that time. But I would rather do that than have a vote here. It seems to be turning into a proxy vote about, like, do you want to do the outlook? And I think realistically, we need to wait to see how could it be financed and could it be cheaper before we make a decision on that. I guess some people maybe don't want to wait. They're just under no circumstances would they support it. And I guess voting now would be fine. But I'd like to avoid the earmarking vote, and I'd consider the mover and the seconder if you just wanted to drop that. I don't think that's necessary, until such time as we do have a competing draw on the Economic Development Reserve Fund.
I have Councillor Hopkins and then Mayor Holder, and I'm hoping that that will allow us to vote so the mayor can return to his meeting. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the comments. I do have a question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff about the Economic Development Reserve Fund. And I just want to confirm if there are any competing draws moving forward, and if there are going to be competing draws, how will that play out? Will we know how that would work?
So through the chair, at this moment, based on what has been submitted through the budget, there is, everything has been accounted for, and there is nothing new that would come forward. So that's notwithstanding if council were to try to use the funds for something else subsequent to this decision, then that could change. So certainly for right now, the $5 million is earmarked. That was a council resolution that would continue. If there is anything that comes forward, I think it's just something that council would need to be conscious of, and we could certainly bring that forward at that time if there's anything else that comes up to use those funds, noting that there is still a pending decision there. That's why I think it's really up to council if you want to ensure, I mean, realistically, whenever it comes forward, if there isn't a source of financing here, there could potentially be something else. If you want to have certainty, this would be a way to move forward. If you want to see how everything plays out, right now there isn't anything. So, and certainly I don't know if anything else would come forward, but if that was from council, then certainly that would be something to be aware of, that it could cut into the use of that fund.
I think Councillor Cassidy, who's the current mover of the motion, wants to jump in on this, and then I'll have Mayor Holder next.
So as the new mover, but the mayor is the original mover, I have no problem. Deputy Mayor Helmer's comments make sense, and I have no problem taking out the extra earmarking, but leaving in the referral.
You're the seconder. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, so I'm struggling with this one. I appreciate the comments, but I also think that we're also sending a message to the public that we believe in this project, regardless how it's going to end up in the end. And I personally think that it is important. I know those conversations can happen. Deputy Mayor Helmer is right. By not supporting this, it won't be earmarked, but it will be put aside just in case there is another project that comes through that plan. So I
think your answer was no. You're not comfortable removing it. I was just trying to get an answer for the mover was asking if you were comfortable removing Part B. If
I am.
You are? Okay, you are. So now it's just A. There is no Part B, so there is no earmarking of $3.64 million. It is just the referral. I'm going to go to Mayor Holder to wrap up on this.
Thanks very much. And by the way, thank you for the tolerance. I think you're aware we have a federal minister in my office so that we're doing some things for London's sake, and I appreciate your accommodation with respect to my coming in and out of this meeting. Look, here's what's clear is that I think we're all very interested in taking a look to see what comes of the suggested letter from the London Community Foundation, and I want to thank them for giving that additional consideration. I'm also very encouraged by the York Development's component of this. You heard Councillor Cassidy much earlier talk about what they have done as corporate citizens, and I think before we vote against the notion of referring this, that I think we need to see what this plan looks like. And it may be a phenomenal thing for our downtown area, particularly with the extension of Dundas Place and with what York is looking to do. But I don't want to presuppose any of this. I think it's a reasonable request to refer this. I'm confident that if I'm confident that if this council feels the plan is worthy, once we see the overall plan, it will get the support that it deserves. And if it's not worthy, then council can make whatever determination it makes at that time. I think the referral is reasonable. No one is being closed-minded about this, and I appreciate the open-mindedness the council's taking, presuming they support this referral back. I'm also supportive of the fact that we don't earmark the additional funds, because it's difficult to presuppose what that might look like. And again, I think when you put people like the foundation with their progressive approach to all of this and what they've done in relation to housing, and I'm not getting off topic, I'm literally saying that I just appreciate what they do for this community. I know we all do. That I look forward to the foundation, in conjunction with York, coming back quickly, or as quickly as they're able, so that we can review it. And I hope that all of council looks to give this the opportunity of a hard and a good second look. I think our London downtown and Londoners deserve that. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other speakers, so I'm going to open this is just the referral of business case 3A to a future update of the multi-year budget. Okay, I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Okay, we have, of this particular business case, parts B and C. Is anybody looking to deal with B and C separately, or could I put those together? B is the One River Environmental Assessment Management Implementation, and C is the Soho Environmental Assessment, both related to river projects. Willing to move both? Okay, I don't see anybody who wants them separate, so moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kayabага. Discussion on business case 3B and C. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Through you, just with respect to Soho and the timing of the EA and the commencement, is that something that, is there a rationale for when that lands, or are there opportunities to move that around?
Through the chair, it was placed out near the end of this period, that then the construction would be a consideration of the next multi-year budget. So that's why it was moved out towards the end. So the EA could be undertaken to match whatever project that crossing might look like.
Thanks. The reason I ask is that crossing may be a significant component of a north-south connection of a protected cycling infrastructure, if that were to be built out, especially to connect to the Colburn Street line and up to the hospital. So putting that much further out makes that challenging to do in the shorter term. I recognize, though, that if there aren't funds to do construction in this set of the multi-year budget, then that might be challenged. Thanks.
Any other discussion? No? Okay, I'm going to open 3B and C for voting.
Councillor Helmer? Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, business case number 8 is the Dearness Home Auditorium expansion. I'll look for a mover of that. Councillor Pelosa, seconded by Councillor Hillier. A discussion. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For colleagues, I currently serve as the chair of this committee of management, and Dearness Home is our municipally operated long-term care home. And this project of how we got here today actually started quite some time ago. Looking if we could start with just some clarification from staff about the auditorium, of that it was originally planned, didn't happen, and the value it could actually give for our citizens, like the actual daily impact of how they interact with that space and what it could provide. Also sent out yesterday morning at 10:01 a.m. from our clerk was a floor plan for you of what we currently have in that space and what's proposed. Just not everyone's had an opportunity to go into this facility because it is a private home, that we provide that background information for you.
Ms. Tatersmith.
Through the chair, I will ask Mr. Hancock, the administrator at Dearness, to provide you some feedback.
Good morning. The home was originally built, the plans included an auditorium area for the use of the residents, and my understanding is, although I wasn't involved at the time, is that the auditorium area was cut from the plan for financial reasons during construction. What we're left with is essentially a 48 square metre worship centre with a sliding wall, and the sliding wall can go back. It opens up into the lobby area of the home. So residents, if we have a large event, the worship centre itself is very small, very few can go there. When the wall is taken back, there's a larger area, but what it actually means is that the residents are sitting in the entranceway to the home. So effectively there is large sliding doors that open to the outside, and the residents are sat sort of opposite that. When the doors open, the residents get the draft. In the autumn, it's leaves sometimes blowing in. In winter, it's cold air. The residents in that area also have pillars that impede their view of events, and also the sound system there isn't great, and it can't be good because we actually have an open area above them, a balcony area, so it's a high roof effectively. So the residents that are in that area, for large events such as Remembrance Day, there are many of them in there, don't get a good view. They can't really hear properly either. There are elevators behind them also that disturb the entertainment because there's a chime every time the elevator doors open. The reception desk is right there too, so the residents are interrupted by the phone ringing and the receptionist answering the inquiries. And people are coming and going through the doors. So it's a terrible experience for the residents. And for the size of our home, the area that we have is tiny. Even with that expanded area, we have 243 residents, and the area is inadequate. I suppose the other thing to mention is in terms of our population, it's increasingly frail and old. The stays in the home are getting shorter because of that fact. Most people are in a wheelchair, so a wheelchair does require more space as well. So the current situation is really means that we have a limited number of people that can enjoy big group events, and also as a sort of a peripheral issue, we also can't train our staff efficiently in the home because we don't have a large space in which to congregate them. So that's a further issue.
Mr. Hancock, looking for clarification of if there's any enhancements that need to be done to the home for accessibility on the main level that would be affected as well. Thinking about our washrooms, is everything where it would be if we were building it new now?
So again, that's a good point. So just to be clear, we do have washrooms on the ground floor level, but this plan would include enhancements to the washrooms to bring them up to the new standards that are expected for accessibility. So it would be an enhancement in that regard as well. And also there would be enough washrooms under the newer standards to meet the requirements of the number of people that may be in that area during a large event.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity, wearing another hat, to bring in our Cub Scouts this winter, and we did Christmas caroling for the residents. And it was a very awkward layout. You saw them trying to get close enough where they could see and they couldn't. And some were over in front of the door and the door's opening and closing and it's drafty on them. And I know it took quite a long time for staff to even manage to maneuver all the ones who wanted to come in to see the children sing for them into this space. And there was sightline issues, and some residents were trying to use the hallway before you, but you got 20 kids standing in their way. For fellow counselors, the home actually has an auxiliary committee that does a bunch of programming for the seniors and events. And when they do the craft show and other things, they're lined up down the hallways, also potentially impeding people, but trying to do that servicing. I also see this as an economic opportunity, and might discuss later if there's anything of the EEE fund that could be used with this. If there was an auditorium, we could do some seniors active living things, staff training, community space rentals. We are short in the end of the city for opportunities for that. Even holding ward meetings sometimes can be difficult. This one's on Councillor Hillier's side of the street. But the South London Community Center rooms are giant gyms, and residents complain that there's just hard acoustics, and this would bring some more community opportunities actually to our residents, making sure that they're not lonely, that they can gather in a community function, and there's a quality of life to their gatherings, that they're just not in side rooms and crammed in. So I'm looking forward to the other conversations with my colleagues.
Councillor Squire.
This should be an easy one for all of us. Those of us who are at the stage of life where we have a parent that we have to make plans for know how important it is that where they are has the ability to gather and socialize, and I feel almost guilty that we've let this happen to people in our community. So I'm hoping the debate won't be too long and this will be a really easy one for us.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't really have portfolios as city councillors, but I've kind of adopted a few myself, the tech sector, the arts, and Chia Pets as a minor one. But getting back to the arts, I see this as a venue, and I think there's that's something we're lacking. So I'm quite encouraged that there may be the opportunity, one, for the broader community to make use of this, and two, for the residents at the Dearness Home to have a better experience of the arts, which I'm sure could be made available with a venue like this. So I'm happy to support this one. Thanks.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Yes, I will be supporting this. This is long overdue. I don't know if you've been out there to the Dearness Home and seen when a special event is taking place. It is very confusing. I'm trying to imagine, try holding a special event right here in City Hall lobby. People coming and going through the event while you're trying to talk, trying to keep attention. It doesn't work. I'm hoping my colleagues will come forward and move this and raise quality of life for everyone at Dearness Home. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff, because my concern about this business case is that we're debt financing it. And I'd like to know if there are opportunities anywhere, and I alluded to this in the last discussion, where we could draw from existing funds to help with this, because I think we've, as a city, actually done a very good job of managing our debt, reducing our debt. It's one of the things that has helped us maintain you know, the AAA credit rating that we hear so much about. And with the realities of finances today and not knowing what the province is doing, not knowing what the global economy is necessarily going to do, I'm hesitant to take on more debt for this if there's a place where there's funds available to fund this for otherwise, because I think this is a very good project. I'm just not sure that debt financing is how I want to do it. So if our finance team has any suggestions on what other sources of funding might be appropriate for this, I'd really like to hear that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. So we certainly looked at a lot of different potential sources of financing for this project. If council chose to not use debt, we would suggest that perhaps the Triple E would be the most appropriate alternate source for this project. The other reserve funds that we have don't really fit very nicely with this project, so certainly Triple E would be our recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Well, I know Councillor Pelosa mentioned that in her comments too. I don't know if folks have any other thoughts. I mean, I want to see this business case approved, but I'd be more comfortable if we were changing the source of financing.
Okay, I have Councillor Hopkins and then Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lewis, for those questions. I too want to support this, but I have some concerns. So, you know, if there's I'm still open to the conversation, but I do have a question for you, Mr. Chair, to staff, about the need for this, and the need is that right away. This is the first time that I've sort of heard of the need for. I can understand why, but has it been a concern for years, and why, or is it being brought to us now? I just really need to understand a little bit more. Are we holding more larger events? I know Councillor Pelosa talked about community space, but I don't know if that's a reason to do this, just to put another community area in. I really want to focus more with the home itself, and why are we here today? Just a little bit more information.
It's always been a concern. My recreation manager organises most of the events that occur in the area, and it's always been a problem. Increasingly so as the wheelchair use has gone up. There's also safety concerns, obviously, when you have a large group of people in a very crowded space. In terms of why it came up, when we were asked to look at the 4-year budget and make suggestions for development plans, we actually put it to our staff. So the staff were asked to come forward with ideas for the home, for capital spending and general projects. And this project, even though it really doesn't benefit the staff directly, was the second largest concern of the staff, losing out only slightly to improve scheduling in the home. So we were very pleased to see the staff that work in the home voting for something which was directly to benefit the residents, because the staff see the deficit, they see the problem, and the discomfort caused to the residents by the current lack of an adequate facility. So that's why it came forward. I was very pleased to support it. We gathered the evidence and we presented it to you. But yes, it's always been a concern, and it's an increasing concern.
And just as a follow-up to that, so how, if this is supported, regardless of what reserve or what fund, or we're looking at a debt fund, so when will this, how do you see this moving forward with the I guess it's a renovation, but if you could just sort of talk about the timelines.
Right. Well, again, at this stage, we've worked with the architect that actually created the home initially. He's come up with the plan. In terms of the timeline for construction, I believe it's around about a year. But again, I'm not a facilities man, so that would have to go to the experts in the city in terms of how long the construction period would take. So I really can't speak to that.
Deputy Mayor Helmer? Oh, Wellhauser. Deputy Wellhauser.
Thank you, through the chair. The construction of this piece is probably about a 6 to 8 month timeline. It's a 1,400 square foot addition and about a 2,800 square foot renovation inside. So it is a bit complex. It's an existing space right off the main entrance. The timeline could be 6 to 8 months, could be a bit timely just based on the complexities, and obviously it's a residence, so we have to be cognizant of that.
I have Deputy Mayor Helmer next.
Thank you, Mr. Wellhauser. You might as well stay at the mic. I think my question is for you. So through the chair, first I would say I do support using a debenture to finance the construction of a new building. I mean, one of the reasons we debt finance is to spread who's paying it over the time and the life cycle of the thing. So for capital infrastructure, it makes a lot of sense to do debt financing, and I think that that's appropriate. We're very tight on what we're doing with debt, and I think this is a reasonable use of it. I am sensitive to what Councillor Lewis was saying, though, and I recall, at least years ago, poring over all the capital budgets to see, what had been spent and what had not been spent, and one of the ones that came up, at least at that time, was the Dearness Homes major upgrades. So this is a capital allocation, seemed to always be under a little bit. It's not a huge amount of money. It has been increasing over time, but I do wonder in that account if there's anything just there that could cut the cost for the debenture. I think the ongoing, like putting in 500,000 a year, all the various projects that are allocated against that, those make sense, the roof, all that stuff, but that's financed through the current financing plan. I'm thinking about stuff that was collected in previous years, where maybe we came $50,000 under, 100,000 under, and if there's anything there that could cut the cost of what we need to borrow. So I think Mr. Wellhauser would be more familiar with what the status is of that.
Thank you. Through the chair, the existing life cycle fund that we do have is $500,000 a year. We are compiling a number of large capital projects to happen over the next few years. One of them is a roof replacement, and heating, ventilation, air conditioning equipment is due to be replaced in a number of years. So we're banking that money right now to save for those two large capital projects coming up in the future years. So there is no funds available to allocate from life cycle to this project.
Okay, I'm just gonna ask the finance staff to I'm just gonna make sure, because I think we had like 2013, 2014, 2015, things were under. I think we closed them out. So I think the funds were released if there was anything floating around. I haven't gone back to check. I just want to make sure that I'm not talking about the things going forward. So not the 2020 reserve fund allocations, none of that stuff, but years that we've collected in the past, if anything has come under.
Through the chair, they're just verifying, and just because there is a number of contingencies that we always allow just in case there's something unexpected as well. So we know there's a small contingency. The question is how much risk we would have with potentially using that to fund the expansion. So that's what they're checking to see just how close that really is.
Through the chair, so we obviously didn't do our mid-year capital monitoring report this year, given that we were very heavy into budget development at that point. So we don't have any more current information, I would say, than what Mr. Wellhauser has indicated in terms of whether there would be any potential for additional surplus there. So failing that, I mean, we do have the Dearness Home Reserve Fund as well, but there's very, very minimal amounts in there. So I would suggest that Mr. Wellhauser is in fact correct, so.
Well, perhaps it's something that can be explored between now when we're talking about the budget and the future when we're gonna actually authorize the project. I mean, if there's some alternative source of financing, slightly different split, great. I just wanted to ask about it because Councillor Lewis was asking, and I know that that's really the only reserve fund contribution and capital program associated with Dearness Fund, so I just wanted to ask about it. Thanks.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Councillor Lewis's efforts to try and find alternate sources. I think, as Deputy Mayor Helmer said, debt financing is the appropriate way to move forward with a capital expenditure like this. I think what, in this circumstance, when we're taking a look at something like this, the City of London is very judicious in its use of debt. And having moved towards a policy of life cycle capital replacement on pay-as-you-go financing rather than debt financing, the debt levels that we carry have been recognized and are a large contributor to the fact that we maintain a AAA credit rating. Debt isn't a really bad word. It seems like it, and it gets imposed on municipal governments, but at the municipal level, we can't use debt to finance operations. We use debt to so the provincial and federal governments maintain a deficit and have to pay for that with debt. And that's because their expenses outpace their revenues. The municipal government has to maintain a balanced budget year after year. The other opportunity cost associated with using a reserve fund for this is that that when we're doing the budget right now, it allows us to place the debt servicing costs into the budget for year after year. If we use a reserve fund, it's one time, we don't have a cost associated with it, but it removes our opportunity midstream to be able to access that because in lieu of debt. If we had to do something in debt, we'd have to reopen the budget, associate the debt servicing cost into the budget. So probably not the best way to move about things. And I would say that just in general, I think this is an appropriate use of funds. It's an appropriate use of debt. Having been the chair of the Relocation Advisory Committee for Dearness when the new building was built, this was something we weren't aware of. It wasn't the build plans themselves and what was in and what was out of the budget wasn't part of the discussions. For us, it was just a question of how the residents would move from one building to the next and making sure that that those concerns were addressed. So knowing and having been in and out of long-term care homes quite a bit through my career, Councillor Squire identified it quite right. Social isolation is a huge concern amongst aging residents, and without the opportunity to be able to provide good socialization, good congregation activities, I think that we're kind of failing in our obligations to the residents of our operated long-term care home. So I will support the ask, and I hope that we do this through debt financing rather than a draw off of reserve.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. I'm also supportive of this. You know, we care for the people in our society that we're supposed to care for, the vulnerable, and among those are the elderly. And we care for them in a variety of ways. We have a humongous family, so lots of siblings. We cared for my mom right up until she died at home with all of us around her, and now we continue to care for my dad. But this is another way with families that don't have 13 living children and multiple grandchildren to do this at home. And we need to do it as if they were our parents. They need and they deserve the same love and support. So of course I'm going to support this. I do have a question, however, on using this space as community space, because these are vulnerable people and because people that volunteer need to have background checks and all of those sorts of things. I wonder if there's any concern for the safety of residents or anything like that by opening this room up and making it public space for people in the community to use.
Through the chair, I think the initial intention and obviously our request is to provide the space for the residents who live in our home. And that would be the primary use of that space. We need to explore the additional use of it. One of the challenges we have is, as Mr. Hancock has indicated, is we don't have a space for all staff to come together. We actually don't have a space for us to invite other long-term care providers into our home, like other providers do in this community. So I think those would be our primary uses for that space. Beyond that, we would need to look at protocols and procedures, and obviously we would be putting the safety of our staff and our residents first.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. My question through you to staff, what's the interest rates presently? I think they've gone up modestly, but we're still at pretty very low interest rates these days.
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, so I can tell you that our last debt issuance, was a rate of approximately 2.65% on a 10-year term. Our indicative pricing more recently, I would suggest, is lower than that, but certainly closer to 2. But obviously, market conditions can change, so ultimately, the rate that we would incur on that debt would be set at the time we go to issue that debt, and certainly lots can change between now and then. So that hopefully just gives you a sense, though, of where we currently stand.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have very wise borrowing policies, although I'm also aware that we're in a time when interest rates are very low. So I would actually have a greater tolerance for borrowing for some things. There's times when a project, the value of having it now outweighs the amount of interest we pay. I know I've suggested that a couple times for instance, putting in sidewalks. That's something I thought we could use debt to accelerate because that provides an immediate benefit that might be worth the extra interest cost. So again, I think here we'll see an immediate benefit and to the residents with a small amount to pay for that.
Okay, I only have myself left on the speaker's list. I'll just speak briefly on this one from the chair before the vote. I want to say, for me, when I went through the budget, kind of line by line in my own assessment, this one was initially a no. Seems like an easy one to say no to on paper, but I want to thank Councillor Pelosa for the work she did. It was the comments that you brought into the debate and identifying the human aspects of the consequences of this decision that has changed my vote. I'll certainly be supporting it. So I want to thank you for your contributions to the debate. You certainly changed my mind during the course of the discussion. If there's no other discussion, I'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, the next item is Fanshawe, and just to remind colleagues, what we did with this was we had put a motion that was moved and seconded on the floor, and then the motion was to refer that motion to this point in time. So I still have a mover and a seconder for that particular motion, and that's what's going to come back up, and that was support at the $1.5 million amount. And we'll get that on the screen. And the movers was Councillor Salee, seconded by Councillor Hillier. So that's what we're going to have on the floor. And I think so that just comes back up, and we're just going to continue debate on that particular item. I think we chatted about it for some time, but that was all the way back to yesterday morning. So so I'll open it for discussion again. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I hope my colleagues will support this. I think this is an important tech sector investment for us. It's going to do a really good job of what we're hoping to do, which is economic development. I know it's been suggested that we might go back to the $3 million amount. I wouldn't support that, because it would be inferring that some of you were wrong in saying you wouldn't support it, and you're not. You're not. We're in a challenging position right now, and all I would suggest that we do is come up with a compromise. And I think this does one of the things that Fanshawe needs is to be able to demonstrate that they're in a partnership with London. So we've cut the amount down to 1.5 million. That's not as much as they asked for, but as we saw, they said that would still help. But the biggest thing is that we're also there. So when they look to other levels of government, we can see that they can demonstrate that we were in support of it as well. And I don't think any other level of government will challenge our support, because they realize the other challenges that we've got on the go and the other kinds of things that we're trying to fix. So I hope that this is supported.
Thanks, Councillor. I have Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I appreciate Councillor Van Holst trying to find a compromise. I have a slightly different idea in mind in terms of where we could potentially find a compromise, which is at $2.5 million. I recognize that people don't want to do the whole amount, and I think we're in a difficult financial situation. I get that. But I do think $2.5 million is matching essentially the contributions from the foundation. And I think that that is a reasonable thing to be matching. I also think it's getting closer to what I think is a reasonable contribution from the city. It's not quite 5%, but it's also not 2.5%. So I'm going to suggest that we actually go ahead with 2.5. It's a little less than they asked for. I think that that's a reasonable compromise. I do think this is a very important project for East London, and I hope that people will support $2.5 million. And I'll see if there's a seconder for that.
So you want to move to amend the amount to 2.5, and Councillor Slee is willing to second that. So we'll put that amendment on the floor, and we will debate that particular amendment. So I know we had a lot of debate about the merits of the project yesterday. If we keep the debate tight to kind of the funding amount and the amendment, that's what is suggested. When that amendment is passed, we can return to the debate about, the merits of the investment. So I want to try to keep the debate tight to the amendment. Councillor Lewis.
So question through you to staff, Mr. Chair, if my math's right, based on the information we heard about the Economic Development Reserve Fund, when this was at $3 million, this would leave us an available balance of only $650,000 in the Economic Reserve Fund at $2.5 million. Is that correct?
We're just checking the math because we've had some changes, so give us 2 minutes.
Okay, a couple minutes. Other speakers on the amendment? Maybe I could go to that while we get your answer. I'll come back to you though if you have more. Councillor Turner.
Perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, just a question of clarification. There's some discussion from Fanshawe about the timing of the disbursements. What's the timing by which they have to have all the funds in place? If we could spread the disbursements over 10 years instead of 4, for example, is that something that would work? Because then it could contribute almost in the same way that loan payments might occur.
So I don't know if our treasurer heard that question, but maybe it's a question more for Fanshawe, but I can go through you to them if you prefer. It was a question about the need for the money over what time frame and whether the disbursements could be spread over a larger time frame. Would you like me to go to Fanshawe on that? Okay, I'll go to Fanshawe on that. So.
Sure. We recognize you have a really tough budget and you want to continue to increase your reserves and have that available. And if we know that the commitment is there, we will work it out with our working capital and knowing that those funds are coming in. So if that makes it easier for you, we will manage it, and $2.5 million would be great.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the answer. The reason I ask is if the concern is what the draw is on our reserve fund, by spreading it out, it allows for more opportunity for us to recontribute back to the reserve fund and maintain a balance that's appropriate and gives us the latitude to move on opportunities as they arise in the future. So I would make that amendment as well. If that's, I know we're in an amendment cycle here, but Or perhaps I could go to the movers of the amendment and see if that would be a reasonable
I'll do
component.
that. We're allowed 2 levels of inception here. So we could do an amendment to the amendment, but not more than that. But I'll go to the movers to see if they're okay with that particular change.
I just want to make sure I understand exactly what Councillor Turner is suggesting. So what is the time frame?
As I requested to Fanshawe, a 10-year instead of a 4-year time frame, which would mean that the disbursements would, to your amendment, would be $250,000 per year over the next 10 years.
Yeah, so that would turn a $750,000 draw on the reserve into a $250,000 draw on the reserve for a longer period. I support that. I think that's a good idea.
And seconder's good with that too. So now the amendment contains 2 components, a move from the 1.5 million to the 2 million, but the draw, to the 2.5. Sorry, I almost took a $500,000 out accidentally. But the draw is slightly different in that before it was going to be fully drawn within the course of this multi-year budget. And now it will be drawn out over a 10-year period at $250,000 per year draw on the Economic Development Reserve Fund. So we'll figure out what the language looks like that, but everybody kind of has the concept now and understands, so I can continue with discussion on this. Well, I'd like to say something on this, so I'm going to switch seats for this one.
So while we're developing that wording, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, so I think this is one of our better debates and discussions, because what I hear is colleagues having some concerns about aspects of it, but a general support for the concept and trying to find a way to make it acceptable to a wider majority of council, or even a majority of council. So my decision on this was I was a no on the $3 million because of the cost to it. And then I liked the 1.5, and then I didn't like the 2.5. But I actually liked the 2.5 with the larger draw because of the impacts on the reserve fund. So although a complicated path, I'm supportive of this amendment now because it puts me in a position to support something that I otherwise may not have. And the reason why is I think the draw on the Economic Reserve Fund is key, and I'm just going to speak kind of a little bit to the main motion so I don't have to come back later. I support the amendment because it puts me in a position where that draw on the reserve fund and the economic development over that time period, I think it aligns with what the project is going to produce, and that is an economic benefit to the City of London, and I think it's an appropriate and effective use of the economic development funds. I think we will get a lot of bang for our buck, and we'll also have the capacity, by not drawing so quickly on the Economic Development Reserve Fund, to seize opportunities. And I know that sometimes we think about there's money in the fund and it's not allocated, but we have to be prepared, and we have to have some cash in hand to seize the opportunities that we do not know are coming yet through the course of the next few years. And so I think this is a much more responsible approach that gives us capacity to respond to opportunities as they arise, particularly opportunities in the economic development space. So I can be supportive of this investment for economic development under these terms, as well as feel secure in the opportunities that we'll still have some money in place to seize other opportunities as they come along.
Thank you. Councillor Squire.
I was sort of starting to get convinced that we should fund it at 1.5, but this debate has sort of taken me back to my first principles. The one thing I've learned since I've been a councillor is, away from this room, lots of people come to me and say, that's not in our jurisdiction, I'm not gonna fund that. And then it all changes when we get in this room. And nice people come and with good projects, and we fund them. And this is sort of like that, and what I try to do is go back to my first principles and what the treasurer said about moving into areas that aren't our jurisdiction, and I stick to that. So I love Fanshawe. My son's a graduate of Fanshawe. My son has a job because of Fanshawe. And I hope my vote doesn't. So I'm sticking to where I was. I just, I think Fanshawe is great. But there's lots of other organizations out there that make huge contributions to the economic prosperity of London. We're not giving them money. This is a provincial school funded by the province, and now we're gonna give them some money. And I think they're great. And by the way, when I lose the vote, I'm gonna be happy for Fanshawe. great, you pulled it off, but, and I'll be supporting them in every way I can, but I'm gonna stick to where I was, because this is a budget. And, I wanna make sure that we're doing what we said we would do, but maybe we're not.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. Well, I guess I'm a little disappointed that, you know, we asked too much and perhaps lost the support of Councillor Squire. So I guess I'll support this amendment. We'll see where it goes. If it's supported, if it's not supported, then we'll be at the 1.5, which I suppose we could also split over 10 years if that helped. I would wonder to see if that was the case. Thank you. But I hope my colleagues will weigh in on this amendment and give us a sense of where we could go, because I think the spirit of compromise is good. We can move things forward. It's too bad if things just become black and white.
Well, good news, I got people on the speakers list who can do just that on the amendment. I got Councillor Lehman, Mayor Holder, and Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and yeah, I can see where Councillor Squire is coming from. I had similar concerns, but I really, you know, echo some of the comments made by Councillor Morgan in the way this conversation has evolved. I'm frustrated sometimes where it's an all or nothing thing that we've gone through so far in this process. So I want to thank Fanshawe for being for working with us to address our concerns, my concerns particularly. I originally wasn't going to support this, but however, I did see benefits to London. While it is on their campus, I do see the economic benefits. I spoke in my campaign about keeping our young people in London, and how can we do that? And I think Fanshawe is addressing some of my concerns on that way. And training is a big part of our economy to get young people into the workforce, which has been the mayor's kind of initiative or highlighting that area. What was holding me back, quite frankly, was the financial position we are in right now. But that has been addressed sufficiently in my to address my concerns on that. So as it stands now, with $250,000 a year of economic reserve fund, which that totally aligns with how I feel that fund should be used, I will support this.
Mayor Holder.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, it's interesting. We've gone from what was a $3 million ask to $1.5 million ask to a $2.5 million ask, and I thought last night the feeling I had from Fanshawe is that they would be happy with I won't say any acknowledgement that the city is behind this project. Certainly, I'm sure they believe strongly that more is better. But we heard from the treasurer last night that, or from Fanshawe, that this any contribution we might make does not impact whatever FedDev or the province of Ontario may or may not do, and so my question to staff is this. So whatever that number is we're looking to settle on, and let's presume with the amended motion that is $2.5 million. The question I asked last night was that if the project, at what point, if the project does not come to fruition, does the money return back to the city if that's the case? Or if they choose to do a scaled down version for whatever reason, and I'm not here presupposing, but I've been through enough applications on both sides of from a government as well as as an individual organizational side, that to know that things can change. If the project is scaled back in some fashion based on the project, does I'll presume from this motion that our contribution is not contingent on a scaling back. We're in if we're in, as long as they proceed with the project. Is that I'm not sure if I asked that of the treasurer, if I asked that of the clerk, or, let's start with the treasurer though. Through you, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead. We need your mic, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Smith will be able to answer that.
Through the chair, if this is over a 10-year period, it will be allocated annually. So we will have a annual grant agreement, and it will have milestones in it, both financial and outcomes. So it will be reviewed, and once approved and signed off, we would then enter into the next year grant agreement with them. So no money would be forwarded until the milestones of that first grant agreement are signed off on. So this would happen over a 10-year period with annual grant agreements.
So Chair, I understand that we're talking here about a almost 58, well, it is a $58 million project, irrespective of where the revenues come from. I presume a $58 million project is still a $58 million project. And if for whatever reason it had to get scaled back to a $40 million project, I don't know that those are part of those touchstones that we look at. My guess is that if we commit 2.5 million, as long as the project proceeds in some fashion, that we'll support it, presuming we support this today. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, well, that's helpful. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis and then Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm still thinking about this one. I'm not going to go to the third level of inception with suggesting another amount, but I will share with colleagues my thought process. So when it was 3 million, I was a no. But I heard what Deputy Mayor Helmer said last night, or yesterday during the debate about the old psychiatric hospital land, the redevelopment, and that. I also heard what Councillor Squire said about this is the province's job. I'm still not sure how I'm going to vote on this one now, because I think that the way that it's laid out over a longer term with a lower draw makes sense from a fiscal perspective, but I liked the 1.5 million better than I like 2.5 million. And I'm hoping that while we've all been chatting, the finance team has had a chance to crunch some numbers in terms of getting back to the question I asked earlier about what the health of the Economic Reserve Fund looks like if we go ahead with this, knowing that there's been some changes in other things too. Because if I go back to yesterday's referral of this coming to this point in the debate rather than where it was originally, part of the discussion was around, we would rather use, some of us would have preferred to have used money that was earmarked for Back to the River to help fund this. Now we've got a whole different funding model proposed, so I'd like to know where this leaves our reserve fund health.
Mr. Murray.
Through the chair, so spreading this over 10 years has a considerable benefit to the reserve fund. So based on where the pressure point is in the reserve fund, which is 2022, the balance at that point would be approximately $5.5 million.
Okay, well, I'm much happier with 5.5 million than I was with 150,000 that we heard yesterday. So that's helpful. I'm gonna keep listening to what people say because I'm still not 100% sure. This is probably gonna be when the vote pops up on the screen decision because both Councillor Squire and Deputy Mayor Helmer have made very compelling arguments on this one, and I thank them both for their contributions.
Okay, great. Councillor Hopkins. Microphone.
And I too thank you, both Deputy Mayor Helmer and Councillor Turner for their creative accounting skills. I'm so impressed, and I can see there's a lot of support. For me, It is a tough one. And to me, it's not so much about the numbers, be it 3 million, 2.5, 1.5. I'm still really back at what are my priorities. And by not supporting this, definitely does not mean that I do not support Fanshawe. I do. I support economic development in the city too. I support London East as well. And I've been doing that in particular as I'm going through my decision-making through the whole budget from day one to where we are today. And I'm trying to just bring everything in and what are my priorities. And unfortunately, this is one that I can say no to. It's that simple. I'm not going to just go on and on about it. It's something that I can do that, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list on the amendment, and I'll just remind colleagues, this is just an amendment to the main motion on the amount of the funding and the way that that will be funded out of the reserve fund. So that is what the amendment contains. That's what we're voting on. I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the amendment's passed 9-5 with 1 recuse.
Okay, so now we have an amended main motion, which is a contribution to Fanshawe College's Innovation Village in the amount of $2.5 million to be paid out of the Economic Development Reserve Fund in $250,000 increments over 10 years. Discussion on that. Councillor Van Holst.
I just wanted to respond to Councillor Hopkins' statement and say that sometimes when governments do budgets and they announce them, the thing they say is, this budget has got something for everyone. And that's kind of what I hope for, is that if we can compromise on these things, as long as we're moving forward on every front, that's great. We may need to look back over it and say, perhaps we've done too much here, but the all or nothing is not as good as being able to say we move forward on all these things, and there's less disappointment. But so I hope people will support this. I actually voted down the amendment in just as a gamble, hoping that if it wasn't supported, then there would be a chance to do the 1.5. So I guess I'm encouraged by the previous vote, and hope that would go forward. My best wishes to Fanshawe and their upcoming development.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any other speakers on the main motion, so I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 10-4 with 1 recuse.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Fanshawe, for coming, and a few times over the course of the debate. So we're done with your item now. So, but you're welcome to stay for the rest of the magic of the budget debate. And what we have left is next is going to be the returning to the land ambulance portion of the operating budget, and then we have after that the infrastructure gap piece of the for consideration business cases, which we deferred till the end. And then I have a couple of colleagues who have asked if they want to reconsider something and when would be the appropriate time. I've indicated the appropriate time would probably be when we've decided on everything, so then we could go back. So I do know that there's a couple who've asked questions about when can I do that. Technically, you could do it any time, but it would be nice to do that kind of all together once we've settled the components that we need to dispense with through the course of the budget. So just so colleagues know how that's going to go. We're about 20 minutes away from breaking for lunch too, but I think we can get started on getting back to the land ambulance portion. And I know our treasurer wanted to speak about some updates. There was some questions asked about reaching out and asking for some additional information. So I think to kick this piece off, I'll go to the treasurer to provide all the updates that she may have on this.
Thank you. Through the chair. So further to the initial discussion, council asked if we could go back and try to see if the county would have any additional information. So I think, first of all, I've reached out to the county and I believe I forwarded the information out through the clerk to all of you. So just to walk you through what they have indicated to us. So based on a little bit more information that they've now been able to pull together now that they have some statistics from the 2019 interim call volume ratios, and a little bit more, I think what they've confirmed to us is that they've provided us an updated administrative estimate that also includes the recommendations on reserve usage. So they've provided us revised numbers that actually provide us with a city share. And that city share has been calculated or provided to us as an estimate at this point in time, which is approximately $18 million, which is at 15.2%. So it's about a $1.8 million reduction over what we currently have in the budget. So I think that's very favorable. So I'd first of all like to acknowledge the fact that the county has provided us some updated information. I think that's very, very helpful. I think certainly I reached out to the county, and I think it's also important to recognize Councillor Morgan, who also reached out to the warden and had some very valuable discussions in terms of trying to how we move this forward and try to receive some additional information to the benefit of everybody. So I think certainly based on the information we have today, we have also gone back and looked at the estimates based on this revised information that we have. So originally in the future years, we had some other estimates based on the original forecast that they provided. I did not receive updated forecasts for the future years, given those are still a fair bit of uncertainty. However, what I would suggest is that based on this revised information, we would be in a position to also revise the forecasts in the future. So noting that they are now indicating that based on the results of 2019, we have a 15.2% increase anticipated, that I think 2021 would be reasonable to bring that back down a little bit further in line with that. And then using some of the increases we had previously, we could reduce in 2022 to 11.5% and a further 7.5% in 2023, which would result in an incremental, a full reduction annually to $3 million in 2023. So that would give a cumulative reduction of $10.6 million that you could recognize as part of your budget at this point in time, and we can certainly model that for you to show what that impact would be. So happy to answer any other questions.
Yes, and just for our sake, when we're passing that segment, we have the full amount altogether. So could you give us that updated number? Because it was $101,860,000 before. I just want to make sure when we put the actual motion on the floor that we have the correct number. Go ahead.
So the updated number for your total would be $91,255,000.
The clerk wanted to remind me that we did have a motion on the floor that when we referred it, that was a motion moved by the mayor, seconded by myself. So we're going to, with the mover's permission, and I'm certainly willing to do that, adjust the number in our motion to be the new $91 million number, not the $101 million. Okay, so that is the piece that we have on the floor. I just want to provide some additional context since the treasurer mentioned it. I did have a discussion with the warden about this. I did so with the mayor's knowledge, and it was stemming from our debate here, which they were watching. I emphasized the need for us to have a little bit more information. The treasurer put together a very comprehensive request for information based on what was asked in previous years, and I just asked the warden if she could work very hard through the processes that she had, including an authority committee meeting as well as a budget meeting, to bring forward any additions, including any reductions in amounts based on any new information that they have that would be beneficial for our decision making. So that was what I did, but obviously what you have before you is the information the treasurer has and the motion on the floor, and we'll have a full debate on this as well. So I hope you're up to date and we can continue with the discussion. So I'll look for speakers now on this particular item. Oh. Councillor Turner's pointing to the screen. I'm not sure what you're asking.
If we could see the amended model.
Sure. We'll make sure that that amendment is put up on the screen with the mover. And it's not an amendment. It's just the new motion with the new amounts. Oh, and our staff wanted to see our Turner wanted to see the model. Councillor Turner wanted to see the model. So if you could put that up and show us the impacts of the change.
So through the chair, the impact of this adjustment would be to bring the four-year average down from 4.2 to 4%, and as well a pretty substantial reduction to 2020 in particular.
And that assumes the other item that we have left, which is the infrastructure gap reserve fund, which is a large item, is passed in its entirety in this particular number.
That's correct, yes.
Just for the sake of the only other option we have, could you show us the model without that piece in? Those are, so people can see kind of all the scenarios of the next two pieces of decision making we have.
So not approving the infrastructure gap, the remaining infrastructure gap case would then drag the four-year average down to 3.8%.
Okay, so I hope that's helpful for colleagues in the discussion of their model. What I'm going to do is open the speakers list. I have Councillor Squire, and this is on the land ambulance motion. Councillor Squire.
Well, it's also on the modeling I saw. I find this all fascinating. It's like people were having meetings without me around or something. It's like, you know, okay, so we're going to do the land ambulance and get it down. And then we're going to project what the next stuff is. And so if we don't do that, we'll get under that magic 4.0 number. And everybody will be happy. And so I mean, it's hard when you work through the whole budget process. And with certain assumptions and numbers, and then, you know, we end up here. So that's fine. And I think, in terms of the land ambulance, I don't think we should spend hours debating it. I mean, this is probably as good as it gets. And so I think we should, you know, we should just go ahead with that. What happens after that, you know, I guess we'll see.
Councillor Lehman, and then Councillor Turner.
Well, thank you to staff for, and thank you to Councillor Morgan for, well, let's be diplomatic here, getting some more information from the county. And the revised numbers are welcome at this point. I just have a question to staff through you, Chair. Being that they only do one-year budget, they don't do 4-year budgets. How confident are we in our projections? And if we are, I guess if they come lower than what we're projecting in a 4-year, is there a mechanism we have that savings will go directly to the tax levy so we don't be tempted to spend it somewhere else?
Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. So based on, I'm comfortable making a reduction similar to what we have for this year. There's a little bit of risk there, but I think we can manage that. Certainly through the next, well, as we prepare for a multi-year update process, and certainly they'll be preparing to do, the county will be looking to do their annual budgets. So certainly we will be, as we do the update, conversing with them to identify what next year's budget is going to be so that we can update our stuff accordingly. So if it is higher, then certainly we'd be coming back to add that. If it was lower, we would be bringing back to show the amendment, and that would go through the multi-year update process, and council would decide accordingly.
Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm thankful for the additional information that we have. I still have significant concerns. I want to say right at the outset, having been a Middlesex London paramedic for a decade, I know how much work they do. I know how taxed the paramedics on the front line are. I know what a day looks like in the life of a paramedic. I know it. 3,650 days in the life of a paramedic look like on the front lines in London and Middlesex. I think that enhancement and support is desperately needed. What I'm most concerned about, though, is after repeated requests for information to justify the rationale for such a significant ask, we've not been presented with that. We've been presented with a very loose call volumes are rising. There's a lot of offload delays at hospitals, but that's never been quantified for us. And we're the major payer of the service. And I think it's appropriate for us to know that, to have that information presented to us, especially as a measure of respect for the bill payer when we ask for it. We have not been provided with that. And that is information that can be provided. I recognize when Mr. Rayburn came to talk to us, he couldn't present us with a ratified budget. And that he was out on a limb presenting the numbers that he did because they were still formulating the budget, but it had not gone to Middlesex County Council. I can appreciate that. But I think it's something well within our realm to ask, why? Why is it jumping up this amount? And the other part is that that component about how much the province will come to match its 50%. We saw that in 2019. Originally, the province said they were going to freeze funding at the 2018 level, and they were not going to increase above that. And then they subsequently said, well, for this year, just to give you some cost assurances, we'll give you 4%. But I think we got a pretty strong indication from the provincial government that they were not interested in matching anything in the neighborhood of 15% increase. And so that cost funding ratio between the municipalities and the province still is something that will be significantly skewed. Perhaps through you, Mr. Chair, to the Treasurer, what's the latest that we can pass this budget? And I know we deferred this a little bit. I'd asked when we did the deferral if we could have a county-city liaison meeting in order to address this issue. That did not occur, and I'm concerned about that as well, because I think we need to have a face-to-face conversation at the elected official level through the appropriate venue to be able to do that. The second part is that the budget to the county has not been tabled yet, nor presented in draft form for them to review prior to that tabling. I understand that occurs in March. So we've seen some relief from what the projections are. I think it can go further. I think it needs to go further, or at least we need to have the explanation for why it is the way it is. And we need to be able to see what the formal numbers presented to our counterparts in Middlesex County is before we actually ratify a budget here. They are the only cost center that has not even discussed their budget at their board level, which is Middlesex County Council. We provided quite a bit of advanced information about the timing of our budget. I recognize that they might not be on a 4-year budget cycle. I can appreciate that as well. But not having anything that's even been discussed as a budget yet and we're going to make a presumptive allocation in our budget, presents a fair amount of risk. I appreciate what the treasurer said and the city being able to manage that risk, that it's an appropriate level that we can manage, but I'm still very concerned about it. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, is what is the last day that we can do a formal approval of this budget?
Through the chair, so I think realistically, certainly we could pass it later, but I think I would encourage you to still keep to the timelines that we have. I'm not certain that even if we were to delay it, that you would actually receive the information that you're looking for. So that could put us in a bit more of a precarious position, because of course we're passing a budget for this year that we'll already have incurred 2+ months of spending already. So I think it certainly delays a lot of the other work and moving forward on projects that are hopeful that council's wishing us to move forward on. So I think in theory, the best way to pass the budget is obviously to pass it before the year even begins, so that you have certainty to be able to begin. Certainly with an election year, there's a bit of a delay in that process, and certainly because we have a multi-year budget, we have delayed that process a little bit just to be able to allow that process to unfold. Irrespective, you might get a little bit more, the numbers may not change for 2020, so I'm not sure necessarily delaying the budget process will actually get you a lot more information, potentially for future years, but that's what we have an update processes for. And I know that certainly through the City-County Liaison Committee, that will be an avenue that hopefully we could explore going forward that might be able to achieve some process in which we might be able to get information and have a process going forward that might help us to improve the communication and receipt of that information in the future.
Thank you. So we will have passed everything else in the budget with the exception of this. The worst case scenario is that the budget as presented here is maintained. Better case scenario is that we have some improvement or clarity on that. The date of March 2nd is because that's when we've got a scheduled meeting. I imagine at some point we have to start assessing people taxes. There needs to be some time to be able to calculate that assessment for every property prior to those bills going out. So that's the question I'm asking, is when is the last date that allows us to be able to do that. I recognize the other part too, is that if we've gone through and done the operating budget for the city, we've done all the business cases, we've done everything with the exception of that in concept, we've passed everything else. I guess we need to do the formal ratification at the end in order to feel that confidence. Or is there a mechanism that we can say all of that before we set the rate is secured? That's what I'm looking for. And the second question is, why did we not have a city-county liaison committee meeting? What was the obstacle to that for us to be able to ask those questions directly through an appropriate formal mechanism for us to be able to have that discussion?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the terms of reference or the memorandum of understanding for that committee relies on either the county or the city to ask me to call a meeting, and no one asked me to call a meeting.
Perhaps I could clarify that a little bit more, because when we had the meeting and deferred this, I assumed that the discussion in that, when we said, can we have a meeting of the County City Liaison Committee before we discuss this again, so that it gives us an opportunity. That was the purpose of the deferral to later in the budget cycle. So I'm not sure what happened there, I guess.
Through Mr. Chair, there was no motion directing that a meeting be called.
Okay, I think I have time for one more speaker before we break, and that's Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I just want to confirm some of the numbers that the treasurer has provided. So it sounds like it's 15.2 for 2020, the increase, then 15.2 again instead of the 17.8 that was initially, and then 11, and then 7.5. So the average is something like 12 and a quarter across all those years. Okay, so I mean that's better than 15.8. Right, and I think that's why we're seeing some substantial improvement in terms of the overall cost. But I will say that 12 and a quarter is the same kind of unsustainable path as 15.8. It's just not quite as steep. And I think I'm supportive of what's in front of us right now in terms of the motion. I think that is the reasonable and conservative thing to do in terms of supporting this now. I do think we have to stay on top of the land ambulance service in a way that we haven't been so far. I think we have to be much more involved. We're going to have these city-county liaison committee meetings to discuss it. The budget update is going to be, I think, very focused on land ambulance, like what is happening with land ambulance. I think the time between now and that budget update later this year, we're going to have a lot more information about what is happening. But the reason I say I support this particular motion is that based on the information that we do have, the 15.2% increase, I think I can support it for 2020. It's still not clear to me exactly what is driving the costs. You know, even the split between operating and capital is not explained. There's some references to it now for 2020, you know, sort of what generally the split is, but like what is the capital for? We don't know. We don't even know basic things like that. So I hear where Councillor Turner is coming from, and we definitely need more information, and I think we do need to have the county city liaison committee meeting. I think there needs to be a lot more discussion about land ambulance generally, but what I don't want to do and what I would like to avoid is budgeting an amount that's going to be insufficient for the actual cost of the service. And I think this is a kind of middle ground between not going along with the initial estimate, which I thought was way too high, and it turns out it looks like it was too high, and under budgeting and having a negative surprise, you know, later in the budget update process. And I think the fundamental thing is that, you know, when you have a service area like this that's growing, the costs are growing 12% a year, that's a sign that something is broken. And so I think we need to really think about what can we do to either reduce the call volume side or the funding split, because it's a combination of those things that's making it be 15%. It's not just call volume, it's not just labor cost increase, it's call volume increases, labor cost increases, and funding split changes with the province. And I agree with Councillor Turner, the province is not gonna come in and increase funding for land ambulance 10%. I just think that's almost a zero possibility of that happening. And so what we're facing over time is that we'll be taking on more and more of the burden of land ambulance. And I'm very concerned about that in the long term. So I think we actually have a lot of common cause with the county. You know, they can't handle 15% a year. They can't handle 12% a year either, in terms of the costs onto them. So I think we're gonna have to spend a lot more time talking about land ambulance. I think in terms of the motion that's in front of us, I think it's reasonable. It's covering off what I think the risk is, which is that we under budget and have a negative problem next year. Hopefully we can get the cost down, you know, so the budget updates are still positive and going in the right direction. But I think that's gonna require us to work with the county in lobbying the province to, if they're not gonna do 10%, like maybe we can get them to 5 or 6. And that's gonna relieve some of the pressure on us as property tax payers. So those are my thoughts for what it's worth.
And with that, I think this is a good point, because I have a number of speakers on the speakers list to take our recess. I think we should we'll recess until 12:30, and then we'll return for the debate. So I'll look for a mover for that. Councillor Van Holst, a seconder. Councillor Hopkins. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, we're gonna get started again. I think we have most people back. So I'm gonna continue with the speakers list on the land ambulance amounts. There's a moved and seconded motion for a revised amount of $91,255,000. On the speakers list, I have Councillor Hopkins, myself, Councillor Lewis, and Councillor Lehman so far. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate Deputy Mayor Helmer's comments about our average, I guess, increase in the next 4 years is looking at about 12.25%. And I personally think that's still pretty high. I know other municipalities are experiencing challenges. I'm not sure if their increases are as high as ours. I know there's a lot of information that we still need to know and understand why they're so high. And I hesitate just arbitrarily going, okay, and just see what happens down the road. We know provincial changes are coming as well. So, I've got a number of concerns here. One of the things I want to thank the chair for following up with the county. I think developing that relationship and communication, keeping those communication lines is very, very important. And thanks to staff for coming in with a reduced amount. But I'm not sure where to go with this because I'm kind of sensing that referring may not be the best way forward, or if it's even possible. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff would be, can we put an amount, I'm not saying what amount, but an amount that is reasonable and reduce that 12.25 increase just by what are the implications if we decide to do that?
To the treasurer.
Thank you, through the chair. So because this is a legislated service and there is the Land Ambulance Act governs the service delivery agent and the delivery of the services on the region that they support. So from a legislative perspective, we are obligated to pay the bill that we would receive as our portion of the land ambulance services. So depending on what amount is in the budget, if there is a shortfall, we would have a deficit that we would need to then recover in future years to be able to have the ability to pay. Because this is an ongoing cost, if we were wrong, you would potentially, the shortfall you would have to add already to the increases you were anticipating in the following year. So certainly we've done our best estimate to cover the bill that we anticipate based on the numbers that the county has provided to us, that they have indicated that they're likely to provide to us at this time. So I think, certainly from the estimates that they have provided in the past, part of their note did identify what the final 2019 billing was going to be, and it's within dollars of what the budgeted amount was for that year. So certainly when we went in to double check the numbers that they did provide for 2020, I think as we went through, we did clarify that the gross amount did not in fact change. So it is a quite a significant increase over the previous year as they had originally told us. But we believe they are utilizing reserves to help smooth out that increase so that it is less for both the county and as well as the city as a result, which is where that 15.2% I believe came from. So I think from a obligation perspective, certainly I believe that based on what they've indicated to us, this is the amount of money that we would need to set aside to pay the bills. And if we did more or less, you would do a budget adjustment to either increase or reduce accordingly in future years.
Councillor?
So if we wanted to set an amount, what are the implications to us? I heard what you said about this amount covers everything and what we see now. But if we decided to say 12.25 is too high, what would be the implications? I know legislatively we are bound to pay the amount and that will happen eventually, but can we reduce the amount?
Ms. Bravo.
Through the chair, if the city reduced the amount and the county were to bill us the amount that they have indicated, the shortfall would create a deficit in the year that the bill would be paid.
You good, Councillor? All right, thank you. Councillor Morgan.
So I'm going to say a couple of things. First, I want to pick up where the conversation just left off, and I want to say it would be a very bad idea for us not to collect enough tax to cover what the treasurer expects are our obligations. Whether or not you like what those obligations are and how they may change over time, this is a bill that and a liability that we expect to have to incur, and the treasurer is asking for a specific amount collected through the tax base to cover that liability. And I think that we need to think very carefully about following the treasurer's advice on how much money she feels we need to navigate the discussions that can still happen in the future, in the future years of land ambulance budgets. And on that, I want to say two things. First, I want to thank the county for actually coming back with some information and some adjusted numbers. I think that's very helpful to our budget process, and I think they deserve some recognition for that. Second, I think we need to eventually turn this conversation into controlling costs within the land ambulance system. That can be done in partnership with our county colleagues in engagements with the province to try to solve some of the challenges that exist within the system that require some provincial intervention to solve. And I think we can do that in partnership. At the same time, I think we need to expect some support from the county on some of our initiatives that are likely to reduce costs in the system. So when we ask the provincial government for support for our stabilization and resting spaces, we know that that's going to have a positive impact on the land ambulance budget if we're able to do drop-offs at that location and use that in a slightly different way with provincial permissions. So we can work together with the county on some of these initiatives that will help both of our costs ultimately at the end of the day. And I think at some point in the discussion, we're going to get billed. So let's talk about how we collectively work together to reduce that particular bill. I think we should support the numbers as it stands. This is the placeholder in the budget. I think we can have a city-county liaison committee in the coming months. We can talk about how the information flows moving forward into multi-year budget updates. And ideally, we can accomplish what I think Deputy Mayor Helmer said, and that's let's drive this thing in the right direction over the course of those updates. We're going to allocate an amount of money. Hopefully, we find some savings. Hopefully, we get information. And hopefully, we're bringing those numbers down in the multi-year budget updates. But we need to earmark the amount that covers the liability that the treasurer expects us to have to pay. So that's where I think we stand on this, and I hope colleagues support the treasurer's recommendation on the amount of money she needs.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'm not going to go into all the detail and repeat everything Councillor Morgan just said. I am going to, however, say thank you both to our treasurer and to Councillor Morgan as our budget chair for going and meeting with the county and coming back with something that, well, I mean, it's $10 million less. That's a pretty significant change in the ask. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate everything that Councillor Turner expressed with his frustration about the lack of information available to us through this process. I'm glad some of that is starting to come through. I agree with Deputy Mayor Helmer. We've got to turn this discussion into how we can reduce costs ongoing, because 12.25 is still very, very high and certainly unsustainable in the long run. I had a chance over the last week or so to chat with somebody in the provincial government about the costs and the impacts of land ambulance, and I'm well aware that they see this as a problem too, and are looking for ways to hopefully assist. I'm not holding out great hope that it's going to be a huge assist, but I know that they're aware of it and are looking for opportunities. So I am going to support this because I think it would be a bad idea to not collect enough money to cover the bill. If we have extra left over and we can adjust it down in the budget updates as they come along, that's great. What I don't want to have to do is go back and raise taxes again because we didn't collect enough the first time. I'd way rather that we're in a position to pay the bill than to go back and say, well, you know, we bluffed, for lack of a better term, and they called our bluff, and here's the bill, and we've got to pay it. So I'm going to support this, but I'm going to support this with the caveat that this is only the first step in addressing this problem. There's a lot more work to do. I'm glad that our county partners are chatting with us now I've had a couple of chats with county representatives as well. I appreciate the fact that the warden has been open to hearing the concerns, as well as other members of the county council. So it's not perfect, but it's certainly better than what was presented to us originally. So I will support this.
Councillor Lehman.
So the way my take on it is that we kind of have three realities. One, we have to pay the bill. They give us a bill every month, and we are legislated to pay it. Two, they can share information however they feel is right. And that's based on the agreement we have with them that I understand is set to expire in 2025. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong. And the third reality, as Deputy Mayor Elmer said, this is not sustainable over these 4 years. So we have to address the two realities that we have to pay it, so we have to be pragmatic and set money aside to do that. The second reality of how they share information or how they work with us, I'm hoping that this recent action of some leeway here is an indication of where they want to go. And it's the best way to go that we work together, as Councillor Morgan said, in a cooperative way, recognizing that we both have challenges in this area and we both need to address it, because for either the county or the city, the things can't continue as they are. But the third thing is, our contract expires in 2025, and I think we have to really look at what that contract will be and what we can agree to going forward, so we don't get ourselves into this pickle down the road. So I think the pragmatic thing, as much as I don't like it, is we will have to support this.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually like the line of reasoning that Councillor Hopkins suggested, and if you do a calculation on a 10% increase over the 4 years each year, that comes to about $83,945,000. Would be a further savings of about $7.3 million. That'd be an amount that I'm more comfortable with. You talked about starting a conversation on controlling thoughts, and I think that would be a good start to a conversation on controlling controlling costs. The thing that astounds me about this is that we're 89% of the call volume, and we don't have the opportunity to control our costs. We seem to be we can't control how to solve the problem, and I think that the solution that's being posed is not solving the right problem. A lot of that's occurring right at the hospital, and I don't like that we can't see into the situation. So what I much prefer to do is put out something that I would be comfortable with, and then let the county look at their numbers and figure out how they might get there. If for some reason we're over, then this is a multi-year budget. We're going to get an update budget at any point, so it's going to mean there's going to be a change. But what I want to do is draw a line in the sand and say this is what we need to shoot for to be fiscally responsible in this, and see what happens there. So I want to provide some motivation to get somewhere. I would be okay with that. I recognize the problems, and I want to acknowledge you for your work and the county for what's been done so far. I need a little more, and I want to go a little further. If this is going to be kind of a negotiation, they've suggested an offer. My counter offer is it will be 10%. I'll vote this down and move that, and I think that may get us a little closer. I think it'll also draw some attention to this issue, and we need a much different solution in the long term, and we need the province to come in and help with that. Our contract's up in 2025, but maybe something can be done before that. Because I see there's a problem, it's going to be a growing problem, so we're gonna get some escalation. Whatever we're experiencing now that's a problem can only get worse based on the demographics. So that's how I would see moving forward.
Okay, any other speakers? Councillor Turner.
I have some apprehensions, especially around the provincial funding side. So through you, Mr. Chair, what is the impact if the province does not match the funding commitment that's identified by the county?
To the Treasurer.
Thank you, through the chair. So the cost sharing is based on the net share after the provincial funding. So if there was a further provincial shortfall, then that would be made up between using the cost apportionment between the county and the city, and we would pick up that cost.
So they're moving on the basis of a 4 or 5%, I think, assumption that of increase of, because they're basing it on the 2019 numbers, which was based on a 4% increase. The increase itself, if the province only matched 4% and the increase is 15%, there's a 10% difference on $18 million, which is roughly, we'd be left holding the bag for about 1.8 million, almost $2 million of unbudgeted funds. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's approximately correct, and I think that that's the risk with any numbers. So I think certainly what they've done is probably reasonable, and I think it certainly tries to take into account the pressures that we're facing. As certainly they could utilize, if there was reserves or other one-time sources, to cover that shortfall on a one-time basis to help mitigate the cost further, or if the actual costs were lower, then there could be a savings there. So I think you're in the ballpark, but certainly it's a risk.
Just trying to identify a very, very, very significant issue with this budget. And the reason why the county's budget needs to anticipate what the level of funding would be from the province. In this year and in next year, or in both circumstances you're looking at in 15s, that there would be the potential for a $2 million shortfall in each of those years, which is not an immaterial amount. That's about 1/3% of our levy. I think what I'd like to do is I'll make the motion now. I think it's separate to the motion of the budget itself. And so I'm not sure the best way to do it, but my motion would be that the City-County Liaison Committee be called for a meeting forthwith prior to us finalizing our budget.
So, seems like this is directly related to your discussion on the budget. Do you want us to just make an A and a B part to this? Would that be easier, or you want it to be just separate?
Whatever is administratively appropriate.
You're looking to call this particularly on the land ambulance budget, right? That's okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I can provide further direction, if it might help, that in that meeting, the county or the service provider provide sufficient detail as to the cost drivers themselves, not the costs themselves, but the drivers, specifically unit hour utilization, call volume increases, offload delays, crew availability for the past 5 years.
Okay, so the way we're going to handle this is we're going to have you amend the motion to add a B that provides that direction. So I'm going to look for, so Councillor Van Holst is the seconder. So I want to keep the debate to the amendment on this. And the amendment is, we'll get the language up, but, and I want to make sure you're okay with it. Councillor Turner, do you want all that other stuff that you mentioned in the motion, or just call the meeting? I believe you're on the County Liaison Committee, so.
Mr. Chair, I think I may have learned that if I'm not specific enough in a motion, that we might not get the detail we require. So let's please include it.
Okay, we'll work on that language. I do have Deputy Mayor Helmer, and then I can go to Mayor Holder.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, as I agree with Councillor Turner, that this is an important variable in the overall discussion, which is, what is the province going to do in terms of funding land ambulance in our community? My understanding, based on the information that the county has sent, is that they're assuming that they'll cover 50%, that the province will cover 50% of last year's total. So is that the assumption that we're all operating on? Does everyone think that is what the assumption is in how they're determining what the city share and the county share will be? Is that it's 50% of last year's total?
Yes, through the chair, that is what we understood. So that is an increase, about a 4.5% increase over what they received, which is approximately equal to the increase that they had in 2019 that was received. So I think it's reasonable. We, depending on, obviously there's a consultation going on, and certainly a great more deal could change during the year based on the results of that consultation, which would be subsequent to even the county approving their budget.
So I think based on that information, I'm comfortable with the budget that's been presented for us. I think it is possible that the province will do less than 4.5. I think it's unlikely that they're going to do more than 4.5. And if that does happen, we're going to have some impacts. But I don't think it's I don't think it's likely, although I would acknowledge it's possible that they do something like 0. If they do 0, we will have a big problem, which is what Councillor Turner, I think, is flagging for everybody. And although I think that's a low probability, it's not 0. It's not a 0 probability that might happen. So I do think this is where we have common cause with the county and essentially all municipalities in trying to prevent that sort of thing from happening. I think I'm hopeful that the province has learned that making moves like that quickly can be very disruptive and it's not a good idea generally. So I'm hopeful that they won't do it again. They have said a couple of times, like, there's not gonna be a lot of surprises for municipalities going forward. I'm hopeful that actually is the case. So, I do think we need to have the county city liaison committee meeting. What I don't wanna do is hold up a $4.23 billion budget and the approval of that because we have this one issue, which, I think the range of impact is in the order of $1 million, maybe $2 million a year. To hold up the whole thing because we have some uncertainty around that one piece. So I'm not on for that.
Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. There's been a lot of talk around this issue, Chair of the City County Liaison Committee. Just to remind colleagues, those members include Councillor Morgan, Councillor Turner, and myself, with Deputy Mayor Helmer as the alternate. We're now already in the process of setting that meeting up forthwith, to use a quote. And we expect that to be relatively soon, subject to everyone's calendars. But I'd agree with the Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure I'd like to hold up this overall budget for this specific item, understanding that this is not insignificant. But I would like us to go forward accordingly.
Other speakers? Councillor Sali.
Thank you. And through you, just to clarify with Councillor Turner, from what I understood of his motion, I don't think he was trying to hold up the budget. I think he was just trying to have a meeting from now up until, from now till March, before March 2nd, if I'm not mistaken.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Can you review the language, Councillor Turner?
That a meeting of the county-city
No,
liaison.
just, it's on the screen. I just want to make sure you're okay. No, review, sorry. I just want to make sure that you know, you wanted to be very specific, so I want to make sure it's got the wording you'd like in there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if we could add to that. So it says requested to provide specific cost driver information for the past 5 years, including, but not limited to, call volume, unit hour utilization, code zeros, and hospital offload delays, as well as any service enhancements that have occurred during that period.
Are there further speakers on this? Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I'm going to suggest we defeat this amendment to this extent. Look, we're setting up the meeting now. I'm not, and frankly, I'm not even worried about the content of it. We're working on that content, and we'll be working on this with the warden and with Councillor Turner as part of that committee. Any suggestions with respect to content will not be lost. I know he'll make sure of it, and we'll all make sure of it. But I think we don't want to. What I'm concerned about is if, because the meeting date has not yet been set, it's a function of a number of calendars. It's important to do this right. I would hope we defeat this amendment and then get on with proceeding with the budget. But we will have a very fulsome dialogue with the county on this issue. The commitment from the members from the city side are very clear, and I think our direction is going to be extremely clear as well. So I don't want to hold up the. I don't want to hold up the this budget in the event that this doesn't happen pre-March 2nd. So I'm just being respectful and mindful of that.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. To the city treasurer, I asked previously about feedback from other municipalities, if any of them had gone through or going through similar increases as to what we're seeing here. And I believe at the time you said that you did get some initial a while ago, but you may hear maybe some more recent feedback. Could you share with that with us?
Yes, through the chair. So Mr. Collins had attended the meeting on my behalf last Friday and did ask that question. Certainly, they all expressed the same issues that the county has identified to us with respect to the offload delays and are experiencing issues as well with dispatch, although not to the same extent as London. With that, I think they are not facing the same degree of increases. They do have increases that are substantially above inflation, but certainly not to the extent that we have here in London. So certainly, I think with respect to the issues that we're experiencing here, there is something a little bit different going on with this jurisdiction as opposed to what others are experiencing, because it's not to the same degree.
Thank you for that. I'll be supporting this amendment. I think this whole process has been entirely inappropriate, given the seriousness of what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with land ambulance. Like, this is something hugely important, and yet the way it's been gone about and the process, et cetera, just doesn't fit with the gravity of what we're dealing with. So I think there's a lot of merit to this amendment, and I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you. And for me to support this increase of 12.25% over the next 4 years, I don't think any other municipality, I could be totally wrong, is experiencing this increase. It's high, and the very least that we can do is get specific information. That's the very least that we can do. I would like to be able to reduce this amount, but, you know, I would, you know, do that, but the very least, developing that relationship and getting more specific information so we understand the specifics of why we are paying this increase, because it is very, very high.
Other speakers? I'm going to speak. Oh, Councillor Lehman, and then I'll speak, and then I'll go to Councillor Van Holst.
I just want to be clear on, if B passes, how does that impact A?
So it doesn't really impact A. The consequence of B is there might be some inability to report back in time, if depending on when the meeting is. But I mean, maybe the clerk is best to explain that piece of it. I'm unsure about. So if for some reason the meeting couldn't be scheduled, then we wouldn't have any additional information for March 2nd, but we would still be moving A to the March 2nd meeting for council decision-making. So everything's going to go to council. It's a function of whether or not the committee meets and there's information there if B passes. Okay, I'll speak next, and then I have Councillor Van Holst.
Councillor Morgan.
So I didn't want to speak on this one because I'm not really sure exactly where I'm going to go with it. But what I understand to be happening is the mayor and the warden are talking about potentially setting up a city-county liaison committee because there's a number of issues that we probably need to discuss together, and a comprehensive agenda should probably be formulated and then have a meeting, and that meeting hopefully will be very productive to the relationship between the two governments. And I understand why everybody wants to vote for this motion, but I actually think this could be really damaging to our relationship because it's very prescriptive. And it's asking for a whole bunch of stuff that we probably aren't going to get in time. And, you know, the group just came back and saved us potentially $10 million. Whether or not you're happy with all of the information that you've got at this point, I'm not sure this is the right time to fire what might be perceived as a shot back at them. I do think that the types of content in this are perfectly legitimate things to discuss at a city-county liaison committee, decided at a mutually agreed upon time as part of a comprehensive agenda that will address a number of things. And I don't think we should get tied up in this need being there to actually pass what the treasurer is asking for to cover the expected liabilities. Like, we're not going to go negotiate a new bill at this meeting. The treasurer's got expectations for what she needs in 2020. We've got some question marks moving forward, which we can handle in multi-year budget updates. And we've got lots of time to have several county city liaison committees before the 2021 budget update to have lots of discussions about new information. But I'm really concerned about the way that this is going to be perceived and interpreted. I'm concerned about the potential expectations that it creates that probably won't be realized. And I think we need to move forward with the revised amount of the budget. And we have the meeting on these items, but not in the way that we're we're convening it under these terms. This feels very much, I'm concerned about how this is going to be interpreted, and I really want to see us work together on bringing down costs, working together on collaboration on a number of items that will save us both money, and I'm concerned about how this will be interpreted. So I'm going to vote against this, but I'm certainly committed to discussing these items at a mutually agreed upon city-county liaison committee for the future years of our multi-year budget.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you. I'll support the motion because the situation to me seems unacceptable. There's something unacceptable about what's going on now. And maybe fine, we could work it out. But because of that, I think it's important to draw some boundaries for London. I don't mind if there's a little delay, if we're going to be saving millions of dollars for Londoners on an ongoing basis. There's something I think needs to be done, and I don't want us to be too soft on this. And I would point out that in the motion is a request to provide specific information. It's not necessarily a demand. So that doesn't stop the meeting from going forward. It's not like they could say, well, we requested it. I'm sure they'll do the best. So we're not limiting too much there. But I think the things that are being asked here, we want to know. And I'm grateful for Councillor Turner that he's had the experience to know what to ask for. Because we need this is a problem, and it's a big problem, and it needs to be solved, and it's going to get worse if we don't solve it. And he's provided some insight into some metrics that could give us a solution, or at the very least, into the metrics that could make us stand down. If I saw, okay, there's metrics I could look at and say, okay, well, I would comply then with the requests, but as it stands now, it's not what I want. I'm uncomfortable with this, and I'm going to draw that line in the sand. And like I said, I will support this one, and in the next one, I'll vote that down and put forward a 10% that I would be comfortable with, and whatever comes out of the meeting after that, I'll be happy to look at in a very open fashion. But I think this kind of stance is what we owe Londoners. So that's the stance that I'll take.
Councillor Squire.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to speak to the meeting part of it. I spoke to the other part that I said I would be supportive of. It's the best we can do right now. I think it's really, there's an important principle here, which is when we appoint people to committees, if I'm on the LTC or any other committee, I have to have faith in those people who are appointed those committees to get the feel of the committee, the feel and the point of view of the other people who are coming to meet, and know that those people will come back and give us the information we need. I don't need to give them instructions beforehand of how to do what they know they have to do. So I'd rather have it less prescriptive, trust the members of council who are going, trust them to bring back the information we need. How can they not know what we need? How can they not know what our concerns are? So I think we're trying to micromanage a meeting, and I just don't want to go there.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
So first, I think that the kind of information that Councillor Turner is suggesting we obtain is the kind of information we need to really understand what's going on in Land Ambulance. So I think that's reasonable. We're in a bit of a quandary because my understanding of the memorandum of understanding between the county and the city is that we have to provide 60 days notice for a meeting. So I'm not really sure how that squares with let's do it right away and before the budget. We would have to get, I think, the consent of the county to do it on a shorter notice period. We're talking about something like 2 weeks or something. So we could be in the situation where they refuse to have a shorter notice period. I think it also has exposed the problem of not having this group meeting, right? And also in the memorandum of understanding for this committee, it says it's supposed to meet once a year, and that hasn't been happening. And, you know, I think I have some understanding of what the county as the service manager is responsible for in this situation. And I think more and better information earlier would have helped us avoid much of the difficulty we've had so far. We can't go back in time and fix that. I also think I'm pretty clear on what we're responsible for, and we're party to this committee, and we haven't been meeting, and part of that responsibility is on us as a council. I mean, I think we should need to recognize that. I do think that Councillor Morgan has tried to, in an informal way, essentially have a meeting of the county city liaison committee without everybody else. And that might be frustrating for people who are actually on the county city liaison committee. I think it was the right thing to do. Try and figure out what's going on, encourage people to provide more information. That is what we have been seeking. And certainly there is more information at the top line about what's going on with the budget request. What we're still missing is all the details about what's actually driving it, which is what Councillor Turner wants to get his hands on. It's the kind of information, frankly, that's in their annual reports going back many years, and you can obtain pretty easily by just reading those reports. The problem is we don't have anything for 2019 because it's not been published yet. And that's the year that apparently there's a lot of stuff going on that's really driving the cost much, much higher. And so I do think it's really important that we get that information as soon as possible. I think we're gonna have to pursue more informal means of doing that. I don't know that the county city liaison committee of trying to convene an official meeting is actually gonna be the best way to do it. If the county interprets this as, we would like to get this information before we actually decide on our budget, maybe it's possible, like a meeting on the 1st of March or something like very close to the actual day of the budget. The county is, from my understanding, going to be tabling its budget around the 4th of March. So I think all this stuff should be available at that time. If it's ever going to be available, it'd be available as they're delivering their own budget. So on the one hand, I think it's maybe worth trying, but I think we have to recognize that if the county doesn't want to have this meeting, it's not going to happen. And then what situation are we in? Right? I think we're in the situation we're in right now, which is like, I'd love to get this information. Anytime you want to send it, please provide this exact information that we're looking for. I think that would be really helpful. I do think we have to work as constructive partners, and I think that's where I hear the mayor and Councillor Morgan saying, we're trying to make progress here, and is being really strict about it now actually going to help us move forward in a positive, constructive way, or is it going to kind of undermine the progress we've made? I'm not convinced that this is necessary. I'm still trying to decide what to do in terms of voting on it, because I think this information is needed and we should get it.
All right, I have Councillor Turner who wants to wrap up, but I want to see if there's anybody else who wants to speak first. Okay, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask a question through you to the treasurer? When did we first ask for budget information from the county in order for us to be able to prepare our budget for the multi-year? Doesn't have to be the exact date, just roughly season would be fine.
Through the chair, so we issue our budget guidelines for the budget preparation in approximately May. So the deadlines that we would have set to start receiving the information is basically by September, so that we can start collating it. So certainly the first information, we began following up in September, and early October, there was some very, very preliminary information. And then subsequent to having a discussion, Mr. Hayward and I met with the county to talk about that and look at potential ways that they might further reduce their ask, which they had done at that time. And they submitted that to us on November 1st. So that was quite in advance of when they were developing their budgets. So Wednesday afternoon is when we received that additional information that we had further requested in time to bring forward, so that we had it for today.
Did we have any, through you, any boards and commissions that did not meet the timeline to give us a concrete concept for at least the 2020 budget?
So through the chair, The boards and commissions would be different, so they are city, they're obviously affiliated with the city, the county we have no jurisdiction over the county. So I think that was one of the comments that I know Mr. Rayburn has mentioned to us, is that we are not a board and a commission. That was one of the points that they were trying to make, and that we were certainly expecting them to act as such. So I think that was certainly one of the challenges. But generally, all of our boards and commissions do follow through and provide us the information, and we had everything by October to prepare for our multi-year budget submission.
So to the point of this meeting, I'm disappointed in the comments of the mayor and Mr. Morgan, Councillor Morgan. I don't think they're constructive to what I'm trying to accomplish here. And let me explain what I'm trying to accomplish. The dialogue to date has been administrative, purely administrative. Any political discussion has been completely informal and non-sanctioned. I had an intense desire to go councillor to councillor at the county, to walk through the budget with them and talk about the impacts and model what the impacts would be, not only for us, but for them as well. But we don't have a mechanism for that. And so I refrained from doing so. But I really wanted to do it. I wanted to put a whole presentation together and just go to each of them. The formal mechanism for us to have these discussions is the County City Liaison Committee. We have a pressure and a very acute interest that we need to be able to address and have a government-to-government discussion, elected official to elected official discussion, completely respectfully, but on multiple opportunities where specific information has been requested, it has not been forthcoming. It has come by resolution of this council, through discussion in this council, in full presentation and back and forth in this chamber, and we haven't received any of this information. So why is the motion crafted this way? Because despite numerous requests for it, in formal and informal methods, we haven't received it. And so now I'm asking for it formally. And I think that's quite appropriate. And if we don't ask for it in advance, then when we have the meeting, it's not prepared at the table. And so we sit there and we say, hey, this would be really useful information for us to have. And at that point, they say, you know what, you're right. We'll come back with it in a year, the next time we meet. Because that's our first face-to-face and our first chance to ask for it. So when you set an agenda, it's usually pretty helpful to say, this is information that we could use going into the meeting. Not meant to be adversarial. It's meant for us to be able to constructively take a look at the ambulance budget together as partners, as funding partners, because we have never had that discussion. And for us to have a scoped meeting to this specific issue, I think it's really important. I think it's important for us to have that discussion before they start their budget discussions so that they understand our concerns with the budget, because they will set the budget. They will have a proposal tabled to them. They will have the same kind of deliberations that we have on all the things within our realm at their table. And if they understand, if we're able to communicate effectively and say, okay, what's the appropriate timeline for the implementation of service augmentations? What's required? How do we know what's required? How do you know as decision makers what basis you're making your decision on? I think we have a constructive conversation on that. This is not meant to fire a shot back, as was said. This is meant to have that discussion, and it's the only venue we have. Otherwise, we're doing this through the cameras here. Or at the administrative level and trying to interpret what our needs and desires are in this discussion through third parties. So I think this is a quite reasonable request. Nothing hangs on it. The passage of our budget doesn't hang on it. There's no requirement. I recognize, as Deputy Mayor Helmer identified, 60 days is the normal course. But I think in good faith we can make the ask. There's a pressing issue right now. We should be, if there were other items, if there was an emergency that affected both the county and the city, would we wait 60 days to meet? Probably not. So there should be some recognition that there is a timeline to things to be able to convene in somewhat of a short order. This is not extensive information being requested that would take weeks to compile. This is information that the service provider should have at the ready. But again, has not been provided to us. So I urge you to support this amendment. I did ask for it to be separate from the motion itself so that we can move forward with these independently. Nothing hinges on the other one. I think it's quite reasonable. And I don't see any reason not to support it.
Okay, I'll make sure there's no other speakers. All right, so this is on the amendment, and I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, just in the spirit of that amendment too, let's be super clear that we'll do our best efforts to get this done prior to the date that's indicated in the, that's suggested in the amendment. For all our sakes, I think the points that were made were thoughtful. Maybe perhaps not as thoughtfully worded as I might have liked, but clear. But clear. And I'll respect the wishes, as we will. And Councillor Turner being a member of that committee, you being a member of that committee, and Deputy Mayor Helmer as the member alternate of that committee, we will put best efforts forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something too. If you don't mind, I'll just do it from the chair. I appreciate your words, Councillor Turner, and certainly I do want to say one thing about something you mentioned. Certainly, I didn't perceive my discussions with the warden as any different than the discussions that you had with Mr. Rayburn at the beer summit. It was two individual members of councils who were just chatting. I will say, despite the fact that this doesn't get ratified until council, I think that the mayor's right, and I know that the clerk has already reached out to the county to see if dates can be set. So I'll certainly do my best and support the mayor and his trying to call a meeting as well. So we are back to the main motion now. Speakers on the main motion, which is now a Part A and a Part B. No? Oh, Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, if I may. So I'm really glad we're going to be meeting with the county. I think that is really important. Needing this information is vitally important for us as a city. And I will be supporting this budget with great apprehension. I'm hoping these numbers will change, but without this meeting, I think it's given me a little bit more confidence that we have the money and that we'll just see what happens as we move forward.
I have a request from a colleague. Councillor Turner would like these voted on separately, so we will vote on the A and the B of the amended motion separately. Other discussion, though? Councillor Van Holst?
Yes, I have a question through you. As a result of something Councillor or Deputy Mayor Helmer said, has this committee met in the fiscal year ending this month? Okay. Yes.
Go ahead.
Not this term.
The councillor asked if we have met with the county in this period. The answer is no. There have been some individual meetings with members of the committee and members of the county, but not a collective meeting.
Okay, thank you. Well, then I would just point out that although 60 days are required to set a meeting, we have a committee that's also obliged to meet within 12 months. So I see that that committee has an obligation to meet now in this time period. So I'm even more comfortable supporting B. And as I said before, I'm going to vote down A and put another amount on there.
Councillor Squire.
Two things. First of all, I was a member of this committee during the first term of council, and it never met. Didn't meet a single time. The second thing is, there's been a lot of talk about meetings and one-on-one meetings. I'm not sure that's the best idea for individual councillors to go and meet with other councils. I think if it's trying to move something forward, it concerns me. I would much rather have this committee meeting with the county and reporting back to us. And I'm always uncomfortable when I hear someone come back and say, well, I had a meeting and this is what happened. It's concerning at times.
Any other speakers? Okay, we'll do A first. So I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 13-2.
And we'll do B. I'll open that for voting if there's no further comment. Nope? Okay.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 14-1.
Okay, so that piece is done. We have 4B of the business cases for additional investment, which is the City of London Infrastructure Gap Part B. Part 4A was passed as part of the early discussions in the budget, and this was deferred to the end. So I'll look for any sort of mover or seconder or discussion on this. Councillor Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was the one who reluctantly moved this to the end of the list. So I have had the opportunity to look at of course, we've all seen the modeling that's come through from our staff. And I would like to propose that, an amended motion, and the clerks have some language on this that they helped me clerk up. Sorry that I haven't had a chance to circulate this, but this was all pending what happened today. So, but I actually want to, and I know Ms. Westlake Power has this, I'm gonna make a slight change to what I had actually proposed even to her because of information talking with finance staff. I'd like to propose that we approve an amended business case 4B, that we make no contribution this year, and that we make 25% of the requested allocation in each of the consecutive years. I think it's important we take steps to close our infrastructure gap. I also recognize that there was a reason our staff, who worked very hard on this budget, put this in the not administratively prioritized section. I want to give them some tools, but it's also important to me that we keep the tax levy reasonable and under 4%, and I think that this motion will both keep the tax levy down and help move things forward at least one step closer in closing the infrastructure gap.
Okay, I have Councillor Van Holst who was willing to second that. I'm gonna go to Councillor Squire. Will I get the
I
language?
think, sort of a point of order, it's really important to me that I see this motion, and I see the amounts, and I see how they're distributed, and this is a very important one to me, so I really don't want to just consider it in a moment. So I'd like to reserve my comments till I see something on a piece of paper, and the number's 25% were thrown around, but what are those numbers? Like what number, what's the total, what does it look like? I think that's important.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable request. So can you give us all of the details on this? So what are the amounts that 25% represents in each of the years? If you want to use the model to show how this is shown, could you put that up and show the consequences of this motion? And then I'll seek for any other information that colleagues want, and I will. I'll keep a speakers list going while we're getting that information. So go ahead.
Through the chair. So the councillor suggested a $0 contribution in 2020, and then based on 25% of the original business case in subsequent years, that would work out to $889,000 in 2021, 1.292 million in 2022, and 1.834 million in 2023. So that brings us to a grand total of $4,015,000 over the 4-year budget cycle.
You're going to work on putting a model up with that too? It's just not on the screen, so.
And in terms of the impact in the model, this would bring the 4-year average annual increase to 3.8%, or I guess it would remain at 3.8%, which would be 4.2% in 2020, 4.5% in 2021, and then 3.4% in 2022, and 3.3% in 2023.
Councillor Squire, I just want to make sure you got the information you need. Go ahead. Yep.
So in baseball, there's something called the Mendoza line. That got your attention, didn't it? It's a 200 batting average, right? And if you're under the Mendoza line, that's really bad because it's 159. It looks terrible, but if you're above the Mendoza line, you've got a 200 batting average. So that's what we're doing, where the Mendoza line used to be 3%, but now the Mendoza line is 4%. We have to be really clear on that. So what we're, I used to argue and be here all the time saying, we have to be under 3%, we have to be under 3%. I think it's reasonable, gets close to inflation. But now, that's moved to 4. So that's why the 3.8, I believe the 3.8% number is so important here. So I'm just gonna remind you that for the next 2 years, even with this, the rates are still gonna be over 4, 4.2 in 2020, 4.5 in 2021. So when everybody's out there patting their back, I'll be reminding people of that, of course, and reminding them of what the work we did. This is one I'm very surprised that at the end of the day we came and sort of used this one to get under the Mendoza line. It surprises me. And I just want to read from what the business case says. Even with regard to aid, it says the aid contribution says this is only an initial step to consider the 2019 Asset Management Plan recommendation. However, at this funding level, the infrastructure gap will continue to grow, however, at a slightly reduced rate. Maintaining the current levels of service will not be achievable. In the future, additional funding will need to be considered to address the growth of the infrastructure gap. So aid didn't really move the ball, and now we think that this is going to move the ball somehow or give us the indication we're somehow working on the infrastructure gap. For me, this is the most important thing we do. This is the thing that constituents ask us about the most, and I was hopeful that we wouldn't be using it to get below the line, this imaginary line that we've sort of created. So I was going to move a larger amount, but I'll see how the discussion goes. I'm not sure if would be successful. But I think it all comes back to prioritization. I think if we were we were so concerned about the tax levy, we would have done better prioritization earlier. So that's where I am right now on this. I appreciate we're looking at putting some amount in it, but I don't think we should go around patting ourselves on the back about it.
Councillor Lehman.
Well, I thought I knew something about baseball, but I just learned something today, so thank you, Counselor. For me, it's not about 4%. For me, is last spring, we gave London a heads up and an indication that was going to be 2.7%. And then as numbers came out with provincial changes in funding, ambulance, et cetera, it's kind of, okay, there's going to be an added 1% onto that. So now we're up to 3.7%. So I think that's more the number for me. I think we have to kind of, as best as we can, given, obviously our additional challenges that come up in 5, 6, 7 months from when we did that exercise in the spring. But we did that exercise in the spring to kind of help us out today. So yeah, I think it's not about getting under the Mendoza line. It's about kind of getting truer to what we had in the spring, plus the external challenges. To the councillor's point about, infrastructure funding, I agree 100%. It's, the city's mandatory biggest responsibilities are sewers, roads, fire, police, infrastructure. Those are the big ones. However, this process is very complex. It's $1 billion budget. And city staff helped me out a lot by dividing things into, here's priority things that, probably should be done. And then here's are things that, it'd be good if we could have them, but it's okay if we don't. That helps me prioritize things. Obviously, we have other big challenges in the city politically that lets me know what my priorities are. But these help me in the day-to-day running of the city. Yes, it does indicate that if we don't do B, there will be future funding required. But right now, we've got a lot of funding required from serious issues that we have in the city. And I'm expecting those issues to be dealt with in the next 4 years, and we make significant movement on that time, then that will give us maybe moments of that next 4-year cycle to address other things. What I would like to ask staff right now is, how did you put things into the basket? So why are things in B and why are things in A?
Ms. Barbone.
Through the chair. So when we looked at the overall tax levy impact and putting the budget together, and as you know, we came forward in November with a report identifying that we had a significant number of external challenges that we knew we had to try to mitigate to the best of our ability. And given all of the changes that we had already made in advance of the budget, it became abundantly clear that without making significant reductions, there was no possible way that civic administration could table a budget that was going to come anywhere close to the targets based on the challenges before us. So that is when we began, how do we put forward the budget in a manner that would be useful to council and try to guide them. So I think, to be true, the 0.5% was what we had initially brought forward as in our very early planning in May of last year, was the guide for what we felt was a reasonable amount to put forward as an average across the 4 years to put towards new initiatives. Recognizing that there were a large number of initiatives that council wished to come forward as part of the budget through the strategic plan for new possible investment. So civic administration went through every single case and identified, based on 0.5, there were some things that we were trying to achieve that had been out there for some time. So there was a phased approach in terms of how we looked at it and multi-criteria. And it was all predicated on what could we possibly advance, knowing that if we only had it limited, to really bring forward the things that we thought were ultimately going to make a difference in light of that. So a number of really important things are below the line just because of trying to limit the potential capacity to pay. So I think that was really the primary driver, was trying to have something come forward to help guide council in any way possible, that if you were really trying to limit the tax rate in light of all of the challenges we had, what we felt was, from a prioritized perspective, that you should look at first. And that the remainder below, knowing that there were going to be a number of very, very tough decisions that we could potentially let slide or defer for a period of time to allow some room for the taxpayer. So it was a way to try to assist council in prioritizing what was there. And certainly infrastructure gap, this is a significant issue. We've been working slowly to try to change that over a period of time, and we've made some great efforts forward. We know that when the infrastructure gap, our update came forward in August, it did recommend quite a significant amount. So we looked at what would slowly at least get us started in reducing that gap, albeit what we put forward in Part A wasn't going to significantly reduce it, but would move us in the right direction to not allow the gap to at least grow any further in the next 4 years.
Other speakers? Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As mentioned before, other municipalities have used deferred infrastructure investments as ways of decreasing their levy. It catches up with them, and it has with those other municipalities, especially those who've frozen tax rates for periods of time. So I could appreciate, especially where the pressures are in our 2020 budget, if we were to push this business case to start in 2021 and move it along, rather than having the reductions. And I see what Councillor Lewis was looking to do is at least take that pressure off of the 2020 budget and move it towards future years. But even with those reductions in the subsequent years, I think that causes pressures that we will have to face. One way or the other, we're going to they come home to roost, and we have to pay them. Pay now, pay later. To Councillor Mendoza, I think what's really important to notice here is we've done a fair amount of work over the past 6 days. And worked hard at trying to bring this rate down. I think people have come forward with really creative solutions and opportunities to be able to do that. If not for the provincial impacts in the land ambulance, which account to about 0.9%, we'd be at the previous Mendoza line. We'd be at 3%. And that's worth noting. We got saddled with some costs well beyond our control. We had worked hard to make sure that there was room for investment in very critical areas such as housing and transit, and we buckled down and committed to those things. And so I'm very impressed with everybody, and I'm happy that we're here. I think we have to be realistic that those two areas, the provincial impacts and the land ambulance, are well out of our control. We tried to control them as best we could, and that we would have had a budget that was completely consistent with the last 4 years, if not for those. So I would urge you to defeat this motion. I recognize the intent in which it's made, but I think it's fraught with peril for us in future budgets. We're just setting ourselves up for greater pressures in subsequent years if we're not addressing it now. If this is defeated, I would put forward a motion similar to the intent of Councillor Lewis's and just defer the start of the incremental investments to 2021.
Deputy Mayor Helmer.
Thank you. I'm trying to decide what to do about this one. I'm a little reluctant to pull back the infrastructure gap funding. As colleagues will recall, I tried to wedge that into the surplus policy a long time ago because this is just a major problem it's kind of a boring problem, but it's really important. And so I want to make sure that we stay on top of it and we don't let it get away from us. And I think this is a key decision in the overall budget. My own thoughts on this were to cut it back a little bit, but to be like incremental, an extra 750,000 a year. So instead of what's before us is just put in 750,000, then 1.5, then 2.25, then 3. So that we're building, but we're building in a more modest way. And I think that would add significantly more money to help with the infrastructure gap, which of course is enterprise-wide. It's basically in the same order of magnitude as the reduction we made in the minor streets road budget. We reduced that one by 800,000. We'd be putting in, every year we'd be adding in a little bit of funding. It doesn't add up to the exact same amount of money. I want to be clear about that. But I think it's a reasonable thing to be considering. I wonder if we could see what those two alternatives would look like, because I think what I'm suggesting would be a bit higher. I think it might actually move the number a little bit, but I wonder if we could see that, because I might vote against this one in the hopes of putting the alternative on the floor, which I think is still being restrained, but helping us close the gap a bit faster.
I'll just ask how much time you need to pull that together. I do have another couple on the speakers list, so, okay. 2 minutes, maybe? Do you want to wait for 2 minutes, or do you want me to continue on the speakers list and then? Deputy Mayor Helmer? I'm just going to continue with the speakers list while they pull that together, but I'll come back to you so you can comment on it. I have Mayor Holder.
Thank you, Chair. I'm mindful when Councillor Squire makes reference to to what we all hoped was going to be and ultimately a tax rate under 3%. The good news, I guess, for council is, I think, has been said, the hard work that council and staff have put into this means that we are not hitting the Ted Williams highest batting average ever in baseball. In fact, there was a previous council, not the last one, whose four-year average exceeds this particular number. But when I look at this, what have we been trying to do? We've been trying to do the right thing. We've been challenged by a lot of issues that have been articulated over the last several days. And look, we all know that managing a city has great challenges and great responsibilities. So has our staff been terrific? They've been amazing, actually, in supporting the process that we've gone through. And that's not easy, so thank you to them. I know I speak for all of us when I say that, because you helped us understand the financial impacts of the various decisions that we're making. If I'm not inclined to support Councillor Lewis's direction on this, it's not because I'm not appreciative of the intent. I really get that. And it's a pay now or pay later kind of philosophy that I get that is uppermost in my mind. So I'm happy to accept the recommendation of staff, not finding ways to increase it, but we're going to see what those numbers look like. Look, we all understand as we go through this process, the needs are great. And that's why I think what we've tried to do is do this whole issue of balancing care and cost. I've never in any of my time paying mind to council budgets seen the kinds of pressures that we're all dealing with now. It's extraordinary. And some are unique at this point, but I think that the council, with the support of staff, have found the right way to get us to the place. And while it's not the number that we wish it would be, and as we look at the levy projections here that are in front of us, I think we can hold our heads up, and we'll all have our different ways to either defend it or challenge it. But I think we've all done our very best based on a community with great needs and growing needs. And we've said our focus has been about taking care of London's most vulnerable. Our focus has been about transit, and our focus has been about jobs. I think we've done an exceptionally good balance with this. This is not a conclusionary or concluding series of comments, but I do want to do that shout out to staff, and I do want to acknowledge, I think, all of council's efforts in this. So I'm likely at this stage to support staff's recommendation, but we'll see what the levy projections look like. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Murray, are you ready?
Sure am. So through the chair, what you see on screen right now is Councillor Lewis's proposal, and we'll flip it over to Councillor Halmer's, our Deputy Mayor Halmer's. So as you can see, that increases the average annual increase from 3.8 to 3.9%, but it's a fairly minimal impact otherwise.
I'm going to give an opportunity to go back to Deputy Mayor Helmer because he was waiting for the numbers if he wants to speak. Otherwise, I can put you on the list again later if you like.
Well, I'm not sure what people feel about that, but I certainly would like to see us close it a bit faster, especially in the long run. That's going to really make a difference. It adds up over time. And, you know, the initial business case suggested 17.6 million over the 4-year period. This would put in 7.5. So I think it's you know, going a lot further in terms of closing the gap. I'm comfortable with that, and I don't know if the mover of this initial motion wants to maybe modify it or.
Councillor Lewis, you're next on the list anyway, so.
Well, that's perfect because actually, Mr. Chair, I like Deputy Mayor Helmer's proposal even better. So I would see that as a friendly amendment to the motion I put forward. I would be happy to have that take its place. And I'm still happy to move that. I don't know if my seconder is, but I think there'd be another one if not.
Could we just have the numbers again themselves, what they're per year? I'm asking through the chair.
Okay, Councillor Van Holst, you're not only next on the speakers list, you're also the seconder. So maybe I can have Mr. Murray just go over the numbers as Deputy Mayor Helmer indicated in his proposal, which Councillor Lewis is friendly to, and if Councillor Van Holst likes them, then we can change the motion on the floor.
So through the chair, what the deputy mayor is proposing is 750,000 in 2020, growing to $1.5 million in 2021, 2.25 million in 2022, and then 3 million in 2023 for a 4-year total of 7.5 million.
All right. So Councillor Van Holst, your mover is willing to adjust your motion to those numbers. Are you, as the seconder, interested in doing that?
Oh, perhaps I'll just let the deputy mayor second this motion.
Deputy Mayor, are you willing to second the new motion? Okay, so Councillor Lewis is moving, Deputy Mayor Helmer is seconding the new proposal, which Mr. Murray just outlined the impacts of. Councillor Van Holst, I do have you next on the list for discussion, so I'll go to you.
Okay, we're getting to the end, and the mayor's speech was almost like a wrap up to the budget, but for me, we're not quite there. I point out that the worst infrastructure gap is when you no longer have a house, and what I see as a problem with these high rates over 4% is that our pensioners on fixed incomes are really stuck. They're trapped in their homes because if they can't rent, they can't leave their home and go rent someplace. Anything they do is more expensive than this place. And
Councillor Van Holst, I don't want to cut you off, but if you're making a general statement on the overall tax increase, in 4.16, we're going to actually be adopting that. If you want to keep the comments to, do you support this particular business case or not, as it's been amended, that would be great. But certainly, though, if that's where you're going with your comments, I'm sure other people are going to want to speak at that time too. So you could save some of that ammunition for them.
okay, well, like I said, I would have been willing, obviously, to second the motion that Councillor Lewis made. I thought that was a good amount. Here, I think we're going too high. And then I'm just telling you why I'm moving that direction, because in the back of my mind is that one point again and again. And as we get to the end, I'm going to vote against this. I was happy with Councillor Lewis' initial motion because I thought, oh, that's great. I don't have to vote against this altogether. But I think we're at a point where we're doing a lot to address some other issues. And once we've got some of those taken care of, we can go looking back at the infrastructure gap. But I know that staff's never going to let anything get to a place that's unsafe. But people look at their cracked roads and think, hey, this should be fixed sooner. But we'll also realize that we've got many challenges. So there's my point.
Yes, and I apologize, Counselor, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just thought you sounded like you were making a wrap-up comment, but obviously what you're saying is your support of the overall budget is contingent upon how this business case goes, and I respect that you wanted to share that as part of this discussion. I'm looking for other speakers on this. Okay, so this is as amended. I think everybody understands how this one has changed and what we're actually voting on? Yes? Okay. Then we'll open this one for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's carried 11-4.
So that brings us to the end of all of the components of the budget, including all the additional business cases for consideration and the regular ones. The next few phases are some motions like you saw in the water and wastewater budgets, and then a calculation of the final total amounts. I just want to ask the treasurer, we're very close to our time for a short recess, although we're also very close to the end. I don't know where people are going. Do you need any time to pull those numbers together for the motion? Because I know people want to probably speak once we get it there. I want to make sure that the clerk gets all those numbers into the actual final motion, of which there's a number of blank spots, and everything we've decided obviously changes those. So how much time would you need to pull that together?
Through the chair, we would greatly appreciate having a few minutes just to solidify everything and provide that to the clerk in advance, given the most recent changes. 15 minutes is more than sufficient for us to pull it all together.
So before we do that, I want to make sure, is everybody done with the budget? Are we looking to make any further motions? Because I'm not going to break to have them pull numbers together just to have us make changes to them. So I'll look at this time for any further discussion on the components of the budget that we've gone through over the last 5.5 days. Councillor Van Holst.
Yes, I had some interesting discussions about waste management with Minister Yurek. And I would like to see something that we never got an opportunity to look at, if it's all right with you. That was the model without the curbside organics pickup. Is that a possibility? Can I see the model, how that looks?
Councillor, I appreciate what you're going to do. I'm going to ask if Mr. Murray could do that relatively quickly. If someone's looking to reconsider part of the budget, what I'd rather do is get a motion to reconsider up, not have a whole bunch of people ask for a whole bunch of different scenarios on that, but I'm kind of in the hands of council. So if this is something that's quick, we'll put it up. If you're looking to reconsider, I think put the motion to reconsider on the floor. Once we get reconsideration on the floor, then, we can have a debate about that item again in lots of detail. So, Mr. Murray, is that a complicated thing to pull it? Oh, you need 5 minutes for that. Yeah. So, Councillor, are you looking to reconsider this item, or are you just looking for information?
Perhaps. I do have a motion regarding waste management coming to the Civic Works Committee. And of course, at this point, we're dealing with the budget, which is how we're putting our money. This isn't really how we're spending the money. That happens at committees. But it is one piece, like I said, I never got an opportunity to see what that looked like. I wish I had asked. So that was
Well,
that was my reasoning.
something you can do is between now and the March 2nd budget ratification, I'm sure our finance staff will be happy to chat with you about any information you need to make that final decision at council as well, as I'm sure all of councilors. Okay. Councillor Cassidy?
I just want clarification from the clerk. Anybody moving reconsideration would have to have voted in the majority. Is that not correct? That is correct.
Yes. I'm certainly going to let someone ask someone else to do that, but we didn't get to that point, so.
I just wanted to be sure, that's all.
Okay. Is anyone else looking to make any changes to the components of the budget before I call for a recess to let our finance staff pull together all the final numbers? Okay, let's take 15 minutes. Moved by Councillor Van Holst, seconded by, are you, yes? No, you're not voting for that. Seconded by someone else, Councillor Hillier. All those in favor? Opposed? Yeah, okay. That was 2 opposed, so, okay, that carries then. Oh, okay, we're back to the meeting. Thank you for a little bit of an extended break. It just took a little more time to get all those numbers finalized. We have two things just to finish up before we get to the final numbers. I'm looking for a motion to put 4.14 on the floor. This is the multi-year budget overviews for the reserve funds overviews and the debt overview. Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Lewis, any discussion on that? Okay, we'll open that for voting on the system.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
4.15 is the reconciliation tables to reconcile the budget with the Public Sector Accounting Board financial statements, or as I like to call it, the thing that CD Howe should actually pay attention to. I'll look for a mover on this, Deputy Mayor Helmer, and a seconder, Mayor Holder. Any discussion on this? Okay, thanks very much, and we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, so 4.16, I'm going to need a mover for this, and I'll read all the numbers out in a second, but it's going to be the adoption of the tax levy amounts and all the budget amounts, and then the directions to bring forward the necessary bylaws for the operating and capital budgets for introduction at council, and to prepare the tax levy information and enacted at council at the appropriate time. Moved by Mayor Holder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Helmer. I'll just give a second to put that up on the screen. And I'm going to read it so anybody watching at home who can't see the screen as well will know what it says. Okay, so that the following actions be taken with respect to the 2020 to 2023 multi-year budget. That the 2020 to 2023 corporate tax levy be adopted in the amount of $2,684,600,789, which represents an approximate average annual tax increase of 3.9% from, I can't read the next part. 2020 to 2023 gross expenditures equal to $4,197,079,669. B, that the 2020 corporate tax levy be adopted in the amount of $642,901,178 after recognizing $9,868,280 of increased taxation from assessment growth and 2020 growth expenditures equal to $1,021,582,817. C, that the Civic Administration be directed to bring forward all the necessary bylaws regarding the operating and capital budgets for introduction at Municipal Council. And D, the Managing Director, Corporate Services, and City Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, and City Clerk be instructed to prepare the 2020 to 2023 tax levy bylaw for introduction and enactment by Municipal Council at the appropriate time. Discussion on.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. So through you to city staff, and I understand they may not have the information at the ready, but will have it for us at council. It's something that I like to talk about every time, pretty much, and it has to do with our tax policy. So what we show in these amounts is always the aggregate amount, what the pie looks like. So our budget is the pie, and then how we split the pie up is how the different property tax classes contribute to that, to the levy. So through you to the treasurer, I understand that there is a report coming to corporate services next week that does talk about tax policy and what an anticipated residential tax rate in particular might be. So I wonder if I could get some comment from the treasurer on that.
Go ahead.
So yes, through the chair, we have started with our future tax policy report that will be on the corporate services agenda for discussion on Tuesday. So this year, we actually did receive the preliminary education rates from the province well in advance of when we've received them, at least the last number of years. So that was extremely helpful. And what we know to date is that will in fact follow the same pattern that we've seen over the last number of years, where it will help actually produce a little bit of a reduction through what the people will see on their taxes rather than an increase is what we've seen in the future. So that's a very good news. So what we actually did as part of the tax policy is we did a calculation in the report just to show if the exact same tax policy were implemented that was last year on this year, just assuming a 3.6% rate, because of course this was well in advance of when we started our deliberations, just as a sense of what that would do. And it would dramatically bring down, it would not be 3.6% on the residential rate, it would be in fact significantly lower. So I can't tell you what the decision so far will be, but certainly after next week's discussion at corporate services, if corporate services gives us some direction on where they would like to see that potentially go forward, we can model that calculation and bring that forward on the 2nd so that you'll have a clear idea of what the tax policy would do to the average rates based on the budget that are in draft approval at this time.
Great, thank you. And I just, point out that a lot of this information is covered in the budget book, especially on page 31. It talks about the last 4 years. And so as a couple of examples, in 2019, the average residential tax increase was 1.8%. In 2018, it was 2%. And I believe CPI was around 2.4% for 2019. I just sort of had that number in my head. Don't know that if that's an actual fact, but so you see the residential increase was only 1.8%. There's also a chart in our budget binder that talks about, compares London with a number of comparator cities, and that's on page 29 of the budget book. And I wonder if staff would also give us a rough estimate as well, where London, with our 2020 to 2023 budget, where London fits in with a rough idea of how the new tax rate might change, where London fits in comparison to some of our other cities, recognizing that's a bigger calculation, but if we're using the same numbers, where we might change on that scale.
So through the chair, the chart on page 29 is done by BMA on our behalf every year, so that we use the numbers and they have quite a process that they go through to do that. So we won't have this information until the end of this year to see how we compare. But certainly from the discussion that occurred at the regional treasurers meeting, everybody has a number of challenges across the province as a result of provincial downloading and pressures. I mean, a lot of other pressures that a lot of other cities we understand have experienced, or particularly in the policing area, and just some of the other pressures that they're feeling, which we didn't have as significant a pressure compared to some of the other municipalities. So I think they're all a little bit different, but they're all a little bit on the higher side, and certainly we've been keeping track as some areas have passed them, and a large number are well in excess of 3% at this point, but it does vary, and I don't have the exact number until the end of the year. I'm sorry.
Okay, other speakers? Councillor Van Meerbergen. So actually, Councillor Van Meerbergen, I did have Councillor Squire on the list first.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'll get to you after him.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So Councillor Salee said I'm only allowed one speech on the budget, so I'm going to save it for council, where I'll get into some of the issues that Councillor Cassidy raised. Look, I really enjoyed the budget process. I think it was very focused from my point of view. I want to thank staff. I think staff did a superb job in making sure that we knew what decisions we were making and whether we wanted to go into those areas and whether we were prepared to do that. That being said, I've obviously, as I always do, kept track of what I didn't approve, and I'm very pleased that it wasn't a matter of cuts. It wasn't a matter of cutting things for me. It was a matter of not venturing into areas that were not within our jurisdiction, which is right in our tax policy. We're not supposed to fill in for the provincial government. And we had a choice. They weren't downloads in the sense you must do this. We did have a choice, and I'm really pleased with what we did in transit and what we did in housing, which I fully supported. But that being said, $31 million I didn't support. And that's $31 million that I can justify, that I reviewed, that I looked at very carefully. It was not, these decisions were not made on the spot. They were not made lightly. So I cannot support this budget. If I was within a certain small area of what the budget was, yes, perhaps I could, but that is too big a gap for me to sign on to something that I frankly am quite distant from. So I won't be supporting this, and for the benefit of Councillor Salee, that's all I'm going to say today.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I think we heard a little earlier that this may not apply to residential because of other rates from other classes, blah, blah. I think we have to remind ourselves that we're basically taking money in the aggregate from the entire community, residential, commercial, industrial, institutional, you name it. It comes as a total. And we have to remind ourselves that what we've done here today is we've brought in a budget that's almost twice the rate of inflation. It's certainly ahead of what most households receive in terms of yearly increases in wages. It's something that we have to be realistic about. There's this misnomer, this mythology that somehow London is a wealthy community. It's not. So therefore, because it's not, we have to look at the ability to pay. And to my way of thinking, that's always what's missing in the budget process. This idea that the ability to pay is not present. Yes, it's fine to look at metrics like where do we stand vis-a-vis other communities with our taxation levels. But the other question on the other side is, well, where do we stand in terms of our median household income? In other words, our ability to pay. And the median household income levels in London are below, not the Canadian standard, the Ontario standard. We're below the Ontario median household income. So that's a big red flag and warning sign that you better be careful when you're jacking up taxes, especially when it's year after year after year. We don't want to be out of sync with the people that are getting the bills. And that includes the commercial sectors and industrial sectors, because they're all part of this too. They're wealth creators, wealth generators, and if we hit them too hard, it's going to have a boomerang effect on the overall aggregate economy that we have in London. So I think this budget is far too high, and certainly I will not support this budget.
Other speakers? Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I know we're getting to this point where we're concluding, and I'd already made some earlier comments, which I think bear repetition, because I think it is worthwhile saying to all of our staff, our clerks and staff who've really worked as hard as they have, sincerely appreciated from all of us. I know we challenge you with a lot of things with totally unreasonable deadlines, and that's the world we sometimes live in, all of us, but you've come through in a large way, and so thank you. I'd like to just suggest to colleagues, you know, this is, from what I understand, the longest budget session effort, which means we've all gotten to know each other fairly well over a large number of days, and been able to go through this budget. And we've all had our favorite issues as it relates to this budget, things that we really thought were important, and some things that we didn't want. And I get that. I would stand and say there were some issues I voted against, and I may not have gotten everything that I was hoping to secure or got things I wasn't sure that I wanted in this budget. But having said that, am I prepared to lose the things that I think are important by voting against this budget? I would challenge all of us. I'm certainly not here to suggest to council how they should vote, but as they look for consideration of this, we've done some pretty positive things, and I think we've done a pretty reasonable job, if I might say, in looking after things surrounding job creation, transit, supporting London's most vulnerable, things that I think all of us think it's to more and less degrees important. But if enough people don't pass this budget, think of this, the impacts of losing the things that are most important to us. So I think whenever we're faced with these kinds of decisions, what I look at for me personally, in the main, have I been able to accomplish most of the things that have been important to me? And if I feel that I have, and I can say, I've done my best, as I'm sure all council in their advocating their positions would say that they've done their best, and I think they have. I don't think that's a reason to vote against a budget if you've gotten most of the things that are important to your constituents and your constituency, and if I may say in broad terms, for the City of London, which is all that we're trying to review and the folks that we're trying to consider in this case. So, councillors, well done. And on we go forward. I'll be very interested in how this vote turns out, but I'm optimistic that in the end, if you feel that you've gotten what you need for your constituents' sake and the city's sake, we'll vote in favor.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I agree with everything the mayor just said with regard to there are things that I like, there are things that I don't like. That's how democracy works, and at the end of the day, I feel like we've got a budget that we can all move forward on. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of our staff. In particular, I want to thank Ms. Livingston. This budget really began with the strategic plan that she led putting together last year. And then, of course, Ms. Bourbon and her finance team. And I don't know how many hours they put in above and beyond the call of duty on this, but I'm sure they have a spreadsheet somewhere for that. And I also just want to single out Councillor Morgan for all the extra hours that he put in as the budget chair to get us through this process. I know he spent extra time away from his wife and kids to do a lot of heavy lifting for which he got nothing extra for, other than getting to sit in the middle seat and referee as we all went back and forth on things. So I think he needs a black and white striped shirt at some point to wear to a future meeting. But to those people who went that extra mile for all of us, I just want to say thank you. It's very much appreciated, especially the 12+ hour marathon we put in yesterday. I know that's time away from all of your families as well. So thank you for all that work and for helping move London forward.
Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Councillor Lewis said, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to our, obviously to our staff as well. I want to say that I'm very impressed with my colleagues. I think everybody did a great job. We had a very difficult challenge in front of us. I'd like to tell you about the phone call I got just as we had this hit a little break. So I had two things to deal with. One was email a homeless person I've been trying to help get into some kind of just transitional housing, and so that made me happy because we put a lot of stuff in the budget to deal with those kinds of things. The other thing I dealt with was a phone call from a woman, and she called me up and she said, I'm one of the crossing guards, and I got a 1% raise this year, so that's another 25 cents an hour. And she said, when the teachers are on strike, I lose $20 a day. And she asked me, how can I pay for the tax increases that are over 4%. And I said, I don't know, but I would bring that up in the meeting. So I'm still hopeful that we can get things down. We've set aside a bunch of money, many times because monies that we think we need to pay. We've invested quite a bit in housing and LCMH. And I think there might be some room there. We realized that there was a point where we were offering them some money to fix up places, and they weren't even able to spend that much. So we've made a big chunk available. Maybe not all of it will be used. In the next multi-year budget updates, we might see a little less. And that'll ease things off for Londoners. I know I'll still be trying to come up with ways of revenue generation and paying for other things, and you'll see some of those very soon. That may make a difference as well. So I think there's some good news here. There's some bad news when you look at the people that are going to be struggling with this. I hope that we'll find ways to support them through, and that London comes out on the other side being as a great a city as we know it can be. However, at this point, I'm going to vote against the budget, and then we'll see how things go at the council meeting. I look forward to some of the updates that we'll get, and again, I want to thank everybody that we've done a good job.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Helmer.
I'm going to support the budget. I'm not going to talk too much about that, but I do want to talk about the budget season. Sometimes people say, oh, it must be tough if you're in all these budget meetings and it's budget season, it's really busy. And usually my response is, I mean, it's always budget season, right? This is where we set the overall plan for a long period of time, but we have to kind of constantly work at the budget, making sure that it's the right size for all the different things that we're doing, that we're getting great value for all these various services. Certainly when you go through the multi-year budget process in particular, you really can appreciate the breadth of services that are provided by the city. And I think we really need to stay focused on that as we go into the multi-year budget update cycles. And I think if councillors have ideas, you know, the earlier the better in terms of bringing them up and getting staff working on things. If there's areas that you're interested in, you've gone through this whole process. If there are things that you're interested in, you know, next month is a good time to start bringing them up because there's not really that much time between now and the multi-year budget update. I think we need to kind of constantly stay focused on it. We're still getting used to the multi-year budget process. I think we're learning as we go through these cycles. And one of my takeaways from the last one was the update process is really important. We need to make sure that we're on it, not just the things we can't control, the change regulation, the provincial impacts that might hit us, but on the positive side, on things that we're interested in changing, service levels we're interested in varying, you know, that stuff has to happen sooner. Because if it happens later, there's really not enough time to get the information we need to make decisions. And so that's what I want to talk about today. I think I'll save my comments on the budget for council.
Thank you. Councillor Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the comments from colleagues we're always mindful of where we're at and as things come through committees, and we're always looking for efficiencies and savings. Just a thank you to each of you around this table for the robust discussions and the respectful discussions and sharing our different perspectives. And to each of your families and friends who gave up so much seeing us and still engaging with us of how was your day, knowing that they might not want to know the answer. Just really a sincere thank you for everyone around this horseshoe.
Thank you. Anyone further? It's probably no surprise I want to say something. because, you know, after 49 hours sitting in this chair, over the course of our budget debates and the public participation meetings, I wanted to share just a couple of quick thoughts on the process. But the first and most important thing I think I'd like to do is, because you gave me this opportunity to be the chair of this committee, and that involved having a really good perception of the amount of work that the different staff teams do to support the decision-making that we make here. And that includes not only our finance teams and our city clerk's team, but also all of the different divisions of the city, including those in our boards and commissions who come well prepared to answer pretty much every question we had in support of our decision-making. So whether the public agrees with the decisions we made or not, we were well supported in the formulation of those decisions by a staff team who made sure we had exactly what we needed to have to make the decisions that we made. And the quality of debate in those decisions, I thought, was really high, especially when people were undecided. And I think folks around this table changed their votes based on the perspectives and discussions that we each brought to the table, and thinking about things in ways that maybe we didn't. Certainly that's how it was for me. There were certainly votes where your impactful statements changed my perspective on a matter, or illuminated other perspectives that maybe I wasn't aware of. And I think that's a really good quality discussion of council. So I respect how everybody needs to vote on the budget at the end of the day, but I think, you know, respecting that the process was really good, and the debate was really helpful to the decision-making, I think is important. We got some steps ahead of us. Deputy Mayor Helmer's right. Next week, we get to talk about tax policy, and I get excited about that, as you know. And that's a really important component of taking this big budget pie that we need to approve and translating that into how that's going to be paid for across the different tax divisions. Really important discussion. The annual updates, also really important. And I'll remind colleagues that through the course of the last multi-year budget, each and every annual update, we were able to improve the tax rate that Londoners were facing. And really, after we approve this budget, the work ahead is finding ways to do that. We're going to do that through our service review process. We're going to do that through the ideas that we bring forward as a council. We've got some provincial support and potentially another round of the Audit and Accountability Fund and some financial support to dig into some areas. And that work will continue. And we have important discussions, obviously, with our county partners as well on some of our shared services. And I think on the services that are shared both ways, where they're the service provider and as well where we are. I hear what Councillor Squire is saying, and I actually think you're undercutting your number a little bit, because I added up my number of things that I voted against, but I also added things that, you know, we may have removed from the tax levy, because I was concerned about the tax levy impact. And that was almost $56 million of things that I may not have supported or moved off of the tax levy and did support. And that doesn't include, you know, the $3.3 million of reserve funds or the $10 million from the reduction in land ambulance. But even though I didn't win those votes, I'm going to support the budget today, because I respect the debate and the quality of debate that we had, and I understand that certainly I can't always get my way, and I don't think any of us got our way on every individual item. What I will say about this budget, though, when I think about it, is I really think that this is a budget that we did a good job of lining up with our strategic plan. Like, we face a lot of challenges leading into this and a lot of pressures, and the tax rate might not be where everybody wants it to be, but we took the opportunity to fund some really important stuff in our strategic plan, and I really see this as a housing budget. Like, this is a budget that really takes us, you know, on the next step on housing and sets us up really well for the discussions that we'll have through FCM and AMO to ask other levels of government to now also step up to the table and help us make some real change in the city on housing and homelessness. And there's so many investments that we've made here, and I think you'll hopefully see a difference there. Amongst all the other good things that we supported, I see that as a real accomplishment, and I'm hoping we translate that accomplishment into some actual results. And I know our staff are excited about moving forward on the work and then reporting back on the outcomes of that work to show that we've made an impact. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to referee from time to time and do some work, and I appreciate it, and I will be voting for the budget, and I'll certainly be happy to take the next steps with you together on, you know, doing what we have to do as city councilors. So thank you. If there's no other speakers, where someone else jumps in, right? But I don't see any, so I'm going to open the vote on this, so we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 12-3.
That's all we have on the agenda. For some, I know it's Valentine's Day and the gift of hockey is in their future, and others, some well-deserved time with loved ones. So with that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Helmer, Councillor Van Holst, all those in favor? Okay, the budget session is adjourned.